First of all, in more than 6 months since the Council and Mayor established this Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development, really our objective has been very simple, and that is to marshal as many resources as possible, as quickly and effectively as possible, to get them to the kids in the neighborhoods who are at the greatest risk and in greatest need. And in fact, in these first 6 months, I would say we've not solved all the problems, nor have we attempted to solve every single problem and challenge what has historically plagued the city's efforts to reduce gang crime and keep kids out of gangs. But I think we have made tremendous progress. And we've tried to use the Advancement Projects Report, the City Controller's Blueprint for Change, and the Mayor and Council's direction as a guide. And we've set in motion major institutional change, which I believe will provide far more effective, transparent, and accountable means for the city to reduce gang violence and keep our kids from joining gangs. And in fact, the City Controller's Blueprint for Change actually contained more than 120 specific recommendations to provide more efficient and effective gang prevention and intervention services. And by our own estimation, we have either fully implemented or made great progress in implementing over 90% of those recommendations. Given the significance of this crisis, our clear priorities have been the kids most likely to join gangs and the neighborhoods suffering from most violence. Implementing technical solutions to bureaucratic problems is important, but in our view it pales in comparison to the responsibility we have to the kids and families who are living with the threat of gang violence and the influence of gang activity every single day.
Speaking next, District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn thanks Reverend Carr for this first ever report and reminds her colleagues how important their part has been in all of this, and then asks the big question: is it working?
It was this council that historically agreed to do something that had never been done before. We, first of all, authorized and funded the first ever comprehensive report on how the City of Los Angeles deals with gang violence. Then it was this council that took that report along with our controller's recommendations and did something that no other council before us agreed to do. We consolidated all of our anti-gang programs, prevention, intervention, into the mayor's office. And then we also did something that we've never done before. We actually agreed to support something that wasn't divided by 15. Because we agreed that fighting gang violence in Los Angeles was going to have to be different than how we appropriated money to fund sidewalk repairs or street pavings. We decided to follow the best advice, which was let's put the resources where the gang violence is. And when the mayor's office under Jeff Carr came up with these gang reduction zones, some of us, some of our areas got left out. But we still stood firm to take the statistics and put the resources where we thought the problem was. So this council deserves a lot of credit for this gang strategy working. And I've seen some of the campaign commercials, and it sounds like just one person in the city is responsible for this. But frankly, it was this council that has allowed this to happen. I will give the mayor credit for hiring Jeff Carr in the first place and creating an office of gang reduction and youth development. But all this stuff that Jeff is talking about today would have never happened if we hadn't agreed to do a couple of those very bold, courageous things. So I really want to thank this council for having faith in Jeff Carr and having faith in that idea that for once we're going to fight gangs in Los Angeles in a strategic, comprehensive, well thought out, and funded to our best ability strategy. So I'll just ask you one question, and that is it working?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's not only is it we're seeing some results now, but I think in the long term we're going to see a lot more results. And I do certainly want to thank you and the other members of the council, not just for the confidence you have in me, but in the belief that the way we were doing this historically wasn't working, that we had to do something different and to take the risk to do that. And I think we will all see the benefits in more kids alive, not in jail, and young people not getting involved in that destructive lifestyle of violence and on life on the street. And I think that's ultimately what I think we all want to accomplish.
Saying he understands intervention and prevention when dealing with gang members, District 1 Councilmember Ed Reyes wants to know if anything is being done to include and educate parents.
Are we yet looking at the possibility of bringing in the parents in a much stronger role in trying to create that sense of information and knowledge and dealing with environments that to them might be foreign. Many of the parents come from other countries. Many of the parents are just learning how the system works. They're not familiar with the educational process, and their kids tend to get lost in that gray area. Can you speak to that and then see if there's any thought to that? Because I know we're building.
Sure.
So we're not asking you to run. We've got to take baby steps first, but let me just hold my time.
Well, one of the risk factors for gang joining is actually a lack of parental oversight, and so particularly on our prevention programs, which is going to be the bulk of 2/3 of the money we're investing is really in prevention programs. One of the mitigating risk factors that you're trying to deal with is a lack of parental oversight or dealing with the family on this issue, and so any of our prevention programs that are working with young people that are most at risk of joining gangs are going to have a significant family component, whether that be parenting or engaging the families in various processes. So that's absolutely something that's built in already to our prevention programs. Everywhere I talk about publicly, I think it's important for us to remember one simple thing, that all across this city, even if the toughest neighborhoods, the neighborhoods where we have some of the most entrenched gang problems, even in those neighborhoods, 85% of the kids that live in those neighborhoods will never join a gang. They're good kids. They may walk a certain way, talk a certain way, look a certain way, but they're not gang-baiting, drug-dealing, gun-toting gang members. And I think it's important to remember that the vast majority of the kids who live in the city are good kids who want the same things that you and I want for our kids. They want to grow up safe, healthy. They want a good job. They want a family, a place to live. And I think sometimes the media and even us as folks, adults in the city, need to remember that most kids are good kids. There's a small, tiny fraction of kids who actually are really involved in some of this problem behavior, and we certainly need to target our resources to try and keep as many of them out of that pathway as possible and get them on the right path. But most kids in this city are good kids.
And joining us now by phone is Deputy Mayor and Director of the Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development, Reverend Jeff Carr. Reverend Carr, welcome to Council Week in Review.
Thank you.
Before we talk about the report that you gave to Council, tell us a little about the Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development, a relatively new office under the Mayor. Why was it created, and what are your goals?
Well, it was created in the summer of 2007. It really was in response to first a report by the Advancement Project and Civil Rights Attorney Connie Rice that was done for the City Council, and then follow up by Controller Laura Chick's office. It really pointed out the problem that all of our gang prevention and intervention programs throughout the city were scattered and not coordinated in one place, and there was a call to actually consolidate everything under the office of the mayor and have someone be in charge that would really be directly to the mayor. So our office was established to really take on that role of trying to get our arms around how we address this issue of youth gangs and youth violence in our city.
Of course, there's always a cost associated with any program. How much in this case, and how will it be used and or distributed?
Presently, we have about $24 million comes from both the general fund, from federal and state grants, and we're using that fund to really fund our strategy for prevention and intervention. So we've targeted 12 of the most violent neighborhoods in the city of Los Angeles in 12 different geographic areas. Those areas are 4 times more violent in terms of gang-related violence than the rest of the city on whole. And we're investing in both prevention, targeted kids between the ages of 10 and 15 to try and stop them from joining gangs in the first, and the intervention strategy that tries to interrupt violence when it's taking place on the streets, and then actually engage gang members who want a pathway out of that lifestyle and to try and help them transition that way.
How are those zones, by the way, actually determined? What did you use to come up with the zones?
Well, they're totally data-driven, which I think is another thing for people to know in the city, is that historically, the way we funded programs has really been sort of a formula of divide by 15 as opposed to put the resources where the need was greatest. And so we worked very hard at both determining where the gang-related violent crime occurs, as well as then doing needs assessments in each one of these communities to really understand the specific and particular needs of these neighborhoods and the kind of response then that we would tailor for each community to respond to those gang-related violence needs.
I'm sure a lot of people watching now would like to know what's being done for communities that aren't actually located in an official gang zone, but of course may still have some level of gang activity.
Well, we did, as part of our strategy and funding allocation, we did set aside about 15% of the resources to fund projects outside of those 12 gang reduction youth development zones. And actually, we sent to council this week a transmittal that included recommendations for 4 prevention projects outside of our target areas, as well as 4 intervention projects. So we are investing about $2.5 million on an annual basis to go towards areas outside the grid zone.
You pointed out that the gang zones themselves were data-driven. Well, the office has only been in existence for a short time, but your report to council claims considerable success already. Success in what ways? What kind of metrics are you using?
Well, I think, first of all, we certainly have changed the way the city's doing business in terms of accountability and set up the infrastructure. I would say we've laid the foundation for a better future, but specifically last summer we did something called Summer Night Lights, which was we kept 8 recreation and park facilities and a housing development project open from 4th of July to Labor Day. We kept those recreational facilities open until midnight, 4 nights a week, Wednesday to Saturday, which is the most violent time of the year and the week. And we actually provided expanded programming for kids and families in that community, targeted young people who are most at risk of either being victims or perpetrators of violence, paid those young people to actually help us with running programs. And actually, we compared the violence, gang-related violence from the summer of 2007 compared to last summer in those same particular communities, and we saw a 17% reduction overall in gang-related violence in those targeted areas, and actually an 86% reduction in homicides. We only had 1 homicide, gang-related homicides in those 8 areas compared to 7 from the previous summer. So we think we've already contributed to some of the reductions in gang-related violence, and we expect that over time that we'll achieve even greater results.
If I remember right, Summer Night Lights also had other activities associated with them other than just turning on the lights. What sorts of things did you help keep the young at-risk people occupied?
Well, certainly we had, lots of sports and recreation activities because it was at, our park and rec facilities. But then also we had a partnership with the Department of Cultural Affairs. So we had lots of local artists that did everything from theater and drama to music, art classes. We had music, lots of food. We had programs for little kids, arts and crafts, and for parents. So we had a variety of things. It was really based on what people who lived in those neighborhoods said that they wanted or needed in terms of programming, and we tried to respond to that, and I think that was part of the success. We had in 8 weeks, we had over 50,000 visits to those 8 parks. So, and these are, mind you, parks where a lot of the violence in our city often occurs, and these are some of the toughest neighborhoods. A lot of people thought we were crazy and wouldn't get people to come, but I think it spoke volumes about if you provide opportunities for young people and families, they will come.
You mentioned neighborhoods. Of course, neighborhood councils, as you know, are fast becoming more influential across the city. Is there a role here for neighborhood councils when it comes to gang and crime reduction?
Absolutely. We've actually, as part of our overall vision, we actually produced a vision document called Healing Our Neighborhoods that we produced last July, and folks can find it on the mayor's website. But as part of that, we said that we think neighborhood councils actually are a significant resource and asset in a lot of these neighborhoods. And so actually when you go to neighborhood councils, a lot of them have, subcommittees on public safety. And so we've really worked to reach out to those local neighborhood councils to get them to be our partners. In particular, in Summer Night Lights, we had probably 3 or 4 last summer in a very quick timeline to get that off the ground. That actually made financial contributions, actually volunteered as coaches and mentors and helping us cook food and stuff in the parks. And we have even more who've signed up to help us this summer.
Obviously, you talk a lot about jobs. In these tough economic times, is there any way we're going to be able to offer some type of employment to these at-risk youth?
Well, the great news about one of the great pieces of the stimulus package coming from the federal government is there was a substantial amount of money that was put in there for Workforce and Investment Act funds and summer youth jobs. And so there'll be substantial dollars coming to the city to actually employ more young people this summer, which, frankly, is a great way to get money into the economy. Most teenagers I know, the second they get their paychecks, they cash those and start spending them. So we expect to employ even more kids this summer than we did last summer. Just in our Summer Night Lights program, last summer we hired 80 kids, and we'll be hiring 150 this summer.
Very good. Finally, how can people become involved? Where can they get more information about all this?
Well, they can certainly email our office at gryd@lacity.org, and then if you go to the city website and go to the Mayor Villaraigosa's homepage and go under Public Safety Initiatives, you'll find gangs And then you can find everything our office has been doing and is in the process of doing and read up on there. And then, if people see me out in the neighborhood, I hope they'll certainly stop and ask me. I'd be happy to tell folks what we're doing.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Jeff Carr, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
You bet. Thank you for having me.
The council voted to note and file the report in as much as it was submitted for information only, and no council action was necessary. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35, or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., and on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending February 27th, 2009. On behalf of Martine Martinez and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Pope-Joy. Thank you for watching. And please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Hi, I'm Antoinette Cristobal, Director of Finance for the City of Los Angeles Office of Finance. We are excited about a few changes we have made for the upcoming year in regards to filing your business taxes in the city. Most businesses will receive a 3.9% reduction in their business tax rate. This is the fourth and final reduction, and it completes the maximum 15% reduction provided in the 2004 tax reform package.
For example, if you fall under the L041 category of child care provider, multimedia businesses, telephone companies, tugboat and barge operators, you'll notice that the rate in 2008 was $1.05, and the tax rate in 2009 is $1.01. For those in category L042, which is wholesales, the rate in 2008 was $1.05 and is also now $1.01. For those of you who fall in the category L043, which covers antique show promoters, offices, commercial building rental, and hotel apartment rental, swap meet operators, the 2008 tax rate was $1.32, and in 2009, the tax rate is $1.27. For those in category L044, under laundry, cleaner, shoe repair, and retail sales, the tax rate in 2008 was $1.32, and in 2009, it is also $1.27. For those who fall under the category L045, which is radio and television broadcasting and theater, the tax rate in 2008 was $1.32, and in 2009, the tax rate is $1.27. And those in the category of L046, which covers collection agency, personal property, rental, sporting events, storage, freight forwarder, and vending machines, the tax rate in 2008 was $2.65, and in 2009, it is $2.55. For those under the category L047, which covers commission broker and telemarketing, the tax rate in 2008 was $3.28, and in 2009, it is $3.15. Those working in miscellaneous services under the category L048, the tax rate in 2008 was $3.70, and in 2009, $3.56. And for those under category L049, which covers auto parking professions, an occupations and health maintenance organization, the 2008 tax rate was $5.28, which in 2009 is $5.07. The last rate reduction will be reflected in the 2009 business tax renewal form and on the website.
I'm Antoinette Cristobal. Thank you so much for watching. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, we want to make this process simple and efficient.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for March 4th, 2009. We're here in the John Farrell Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. We also are in the Van Nuys City Council Chambers, the first Friday of the month. I want to welcome our guests that are here in Council Chambers and those who are joining us on Channel 35. I'm Council President Eric Garcetti, and joined by Council Members Richard Alarcon, Tony Cardenas, Jose Huizar, Tom LaBonge, Jan Perry, Ed Reyes, Greg Smith, Jack Weiss, Herb Wesson, and we now have 10 members and a quorum, so let's go ahead and call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Huizar, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Huizar seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
All right, Mr. Alarcon moves and Mr. Cardenas seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Next order of business.
Before beginning the regular agenda, there is a request to continue item number 40 to Friday, and that would be March 6th.
Okay, is there any objection, colleagues, to continuing to the 6th item number 40? If not, let's go ahead and do that. If we can run through the rest of the agenda.
The first items on the agenda are items noticed for public hearings. Items 1 through 6 are building and safety confirmation of liens, and the department has advised that those matters be continued to March 24th, 2009.
All right, without objection, let's go ahead and do that for items 1 through 6. Next item, please.
Next, items 7 and 8 are also public hearing items, and those are both findings of public convenience or necessity in Council District 3, and the recommendation for council action is to grant the application.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move that then. And there is no card on number 7, so we'll close the public hearing, and let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Next items are 9 through 11, and those are street lighting district ordinances, and I believe 12 council members will be present today. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please, let's hold those. 9 through 11. Next items.
Next items, 12 through 37, are items for which public hearings have been held. Item 12 is a confirmation of a commissioner. Do you wish to hold that?
Yes, please. Let's go ahead and hold the commission on the desk. Any other specials, colleagues? 24 for Mr. And 36, is it? 24, 26, I have, and 30 for Mr. Alarcon. Hold on one second, Mr. LaBonge. Sorry. What number is Mr. LaBonge? 15 and 17. All right. For Mr. Parks, we'll do 15 and 17, and 31 for Ms. Hahn. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's hold the ords on the desk for one more member. We are expecting all members, so Ms. Hahn, Mr. Parks, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Zine are late. If they will please make their way down as soon as possible. We need 12 members for our ordinances. Go ahead and please, on the balance, open the roll. I think 32 will hold also. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can send 23 forthwith without objection.
And, Mr. President, on item number 32, there wasn't an ord, but there is the instruction for the city attorney to prepare the ord, and that ord has been prepared and will be on the continuation agenda for Friday.
Okay, so go ahead and we'll send that forthwith then. Yes, Mr. Smith?
On 16, forthwith, please.
16 will send forthwith as well, without objection. So ordered. Next items, please.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 38 through 43.
All right, colleagues, we have 38 through 43. Do we have any cards on those?
I don't believe so.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open and close the... Wait, I see we have cards on 41. So we'll call that special for cards from the public. And open and close the other public hearings. Yes, Mr. Cardenas?
39 special.
Okay, 39 special for Mr. Cardenas. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, let's go ahead on the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can go to item 44 and call that special for a closed session. And it is now not quite past 10:15, so we'll wait on the special agenda momentarily. Again, we're waiting council members Hahn, Parks, Rosendahl, and Zine. That's Hahn, Parks, Rosendahl, and Zine. If they'll please join us right away, then we can be sure to get to the items that are ordinances to pass on the first reading. Ms. Gruhl, I'd like to recognize you for an introduction.
Thank you very much. And actually, if we could just have you go to the podium, Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. We have an opportunity today to introduce someone, Kelly Boyer, who is the new Director of Multifamily Housing for the Department of Housing and Urban Development for this region. She's here today with Scott Reed, who was a friend from 20-plus years ago when he was at HUD as well. Yes, she said I was 12 then. I appreciated it. But Kelly has started January 12th as part of this administration here in multifamily and is going to help us, Mr. Wesson, who is Director of Housing, will make sure you meet everyone. But we're very excited about all the dollars that are going to come to Los Angeles, and it's the largest hub in the country that you cover, all the way to San Diego, to Riverside, to Santa Barbara. So I told her she was way ahead of anyone else because she actually came and talked to us and what they're going to do at HUD. So, Kelly, if you'd just like to say a few welcome words here today.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Greetings from the federal U.S. Department of HUD. We're glad to be we're glad to be at the table and a partner as we go forward. We do think we'll be able to create 130,000 units of additional housing with the stimulus dollars. I think our challenge is to create 150,000 units by working together, partnering together, and seeing how we can make the most of those funds. I really do look forward to meeting all of you and working together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. That'll take us to our general public comment, and our first speaker is Richard Kearns.
Hey, good morning, President Garcetti, distinguished council
Good morning.
members. Richard Kearns, poet activist. I've given the clerk copies of my personal prepared remarks. I'm here this morning to thank you for moving ahead with the medical cannabis ordinance process by considering extending the moratorium Friday, to urge you to reject the city attorney's current ordinance proposal, and to ask you to set up a volunteer medical cannabis community advisory and oversight board. The current medical cannabis ordinance draft proposal from the city attorney would create so many hardships for the poor, sick, and dying in our community that it does not seem to us like a good faith response. Here is a quick review of the grocery list of our problems. The proposal requires patients to make an initial financial investment in growing equipment of anywhere between $2,000 and $10,000. I live on a fixed income. I don't have that kind of money. My lack of skill at growing cannabis creates risk about successful harvest. I am not healthy enough to make the time investment that growing requires, and it will be at least 2 years before I can do anything but kill my crops. Many patients' regimens require and circumstances require the effects of different strains of cannabis for different times and conditions. The cultivation-only model is insensitive to those needs. The city attorney's proposed ordinance includes a ban on concentrates and a ban on edible products, both lower-risk methods of consumption. Requiring all patients to file with the city is excessive and stigma-generating. The longer we wait and delay in making a decision about thoughtful regulation, as we've seen with the digital signage moratorium, the more rogue clinics will open. If we wait 6 weeks, I estimate 150 to 200 unregulated clinics can very easily open despite the moratorium. I look forward to continuing this discussion Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. Dr. Clyde Williams is our next speaker. After that will be Chuck Tenon. Is Dr. Williams here? Clyde Williams? Okay, we'll hold that aside. Mr. Chuck Tenon?
President Garcetti, council members, the worst turnout ever, the same old song with a different tune. The voter turnout was less than 7% at the poll that I vote at, and the overall voter turnout was much less than in 2005. Shame. No surprises, little change, but the return of a few good people. People of Los Angeles, don't you care anymore about the city? Do you care who our leaders are that run it? Look around. You know, these are extraordinary times of fears and uncertainty in our nation and our cities. And it's going to get much worse if we don't do anything or don't fix it. Our country, our city, our leaders need the support of the people. You need to tell them over and over what you need and what you want. Economists say that the next 3 years is going to be bad, especially in housing. What we need is a big change, a united stimulus overall so that we won't suffer deeply. We don't need to tear out any more of our lifelines that keep us healthy in our struggling economy that's failing and drowning. This city and the state, especially in this city and the state that we live in. And you know what? Economic meltdown. The state is broke. The city's in debt. Programs for kids on gang violence. City laws that are not being enforced. Financial depression. Budget cuts. Loss of jobs. Public services. Higher taxes. Foreclosures. Loss of food stores. And more loss of housing. Every day in my district I see lots, vacant lots where buildings and housing was that people lived in that are gone. Development projects and construction that are sitting idle for 2 and 3 years and abandoned buildings. Shame on that. You do something about it. And please support Janice Hahn's Stop the Violence. We can all live in peace. Thank you.
Mr. Zuma Dog is our next speaker. After that is Lucy Caruso. Good morning, Mr. Dog.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. And for the first time ever, I could say thank you to everybody who voted for Zuma Dog on the ballot yesterday. I got to go to the poll yesterday and say, yes, I'm here to vote for me. She didn't know what the heck I was talking about. You know what? I got 7,000 votes. Thank you to everybody. It means so much. I am here to say, though, I'm tremendously disappointed at the turnout. Okay, the mayor's disappointed. He only got 55%. Walter Moore's disappointed because, to him, 25% wasn't enough for a runoff. I'm disappointed. I know the energy that I put out there. I know the feedback I get from the community. I know people have told me how much they appreciate what I do here. So please, this is not at all about me feeling that there's not impact out there. It's about the people didn't show up to vote. And I'm also very disappointed at the people that would have voted for me who didn't show up. Walter Moore got 25%. The mayor got 55%. I got I think I should have gotten 5% more. It could have forced a runoff. So I'm here to tell you people, again, the city is going to win because you don't show up to vote. And I would like to change my tone here. What's going to happen to Zuma Dog from here on in? I think I have a bright future here in the city that can never be taken away from me, especially after this latest round of media. I just feel great about the whole thing. And but instead of coming here every day talking about the fraud, waste, and abuse like a ticker tape, I want to talk about faith, my experience here over the last 3 years, and to just get started. I don't have to be mayor. I'm Zuma Dog in L.A., and I'm the people's voice. And I'm just going to start to address the city as such. And I want to deliver a message to everybody who's depressed, dejected, lonely, that has nothing, and you don't know what you're going to do today. All I can tell you is I just woke up every day. They say you don't get paid. I came here to do as much as I could, and just start doing as much as you can. You'll be rewarded for it. I'd like to say, finally, I feel like the most blessed person in the city, because I'm greeted to nothing but smiles from people across the city, and that's my reward, and you will be blessed. Just do something, do anything you can.
Thank you, Mr. Dog. Thank you. Lucy Caruso is our next speaker. Lucy Caruso? Nope. Okay. Jack Humperville is our next speaker. He'll be followed by Ron Kay. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jack Humphreyville. I'm the ratepayers advocate for the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council in CD4. It's a great day for DWP. It's raining, our reservoirs are filling, and some sunshine has come on the solar program under Measure B. This is an excellent opportunity for the DWP to engage the neighborhood councils, the oversight committee, and the ratepayers in developing a feasible, well-thought-out plan for in-basin solar power. We need an engineering plan, feasibility studies, and financial information. Measure B also highlights the need for a ratepayers advocate. We had dueling reports, whether it's the PA consulting report and the IEA survey that was suppressed, versus the Huron consulting report, which, from my estimation, was bogus. We never got any assumptions. Quite frankly, in working through the numbers, their tax numbers were off, their construction costs were underestimated, and the value of the tax credits was dramatically overstated. The IEA survey also questioned the ability of DWP management to manage a multi-year, multi-billion-dollar project, the largest in its history. Thank you very much, and I call for a ratepayers advocate, which will help all of us, not only the ratepayers, the oversight committee, the neighborhood councils, but the members of the council also, to get a better understanding of the numbers and finances and management of DWP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Ron Kay is our next speaker. After that is Stephen Box. Good morning.
Good morning. Congratulations to all of those of you who won re-election yesterday, and to Ms. Gruhl for being elected city controller. 4 months ago, you put on the ballot a measure that you said the public would decide. I think the public has decided miraculously from those of us, the point of view of those of us who have been involved. We've never seen anything like it. We're a campaign that grew out of ordinary community activists and neighborhood councils and homeowner groups, caught fire because it was right. And now you have the chance to do this right, openly, transparently, no backroom deals, no private conversations, to bring every stakeholder, the unions, not just one union, to stop paying off that one union that was the only beneficiary of this. We can get more solar energy faster at a cheaper price. That's what the environmentalists should want. That's what everyone should want, is how do we fix the thing that we've allowed to be broken for 10 years, failed DWP solar energy plan after failed plan. We have to look out for ourselves as a community, as a city, and this is your opportunity, I think, to do that. The city is watching you, and we are more than prepared to join hands and solve this problem and all the other problems that are out there. And I think it goes to getting the process right, the policies right, and to do what I think President Obama is talking about looking after the fiscal dollars, about public participation, accountability, and the end of political and private agendas in government. I wish you all the best, and I hope we can work together very closely and very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Stephen Box.
Stephen Box, I live in Hollywood, and I just want to congratulate everybody who was involved in yesterday's election, however you were involved, whether you ran, helped organize it, helped run it, or simply voted. And I'd like to say that I'm really excited about the opportunity to work with our city's leadership on a real, comprehensive, and inclusive plan for solar energy for the city of Los Angeles, one that includes the neighborhood councils, the homeowners associations, the unions, the chambers of commerce, and all of the political representatives, some who perhaps felt excluded from the process in the Measure B endeavor, but are anxious to partner with you, our city's leadership, in the future of renewable energy for the city of Los Angeles. So I thank you, and I congratulate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll go to the Valley for Rick Nightingale.
Good morning, Rick Nightingale. I think it was a real dirty shame that not many more people turned around and came out and voted. It was very important. Every time it is important, and I know these people are out there and they crying how bad it is and so forth, and they don't vote. So as far as I'm concerned, who don't vote, they shouldn't be crying and sniveling and so forth. But I'll tell you, you people that voted for Proposition B, I just don't understand it. I'm a member. I'm retired from the Electricals Union, and I'll tell you, this thing, it was a scam. I mean, when you get up and go to a high-rise building and say, we're going to put solar on all these top of these buildings, we call it a penthouse in the trade. And all there is they have a great big chiller. Where do you think all the air conditioning equipment is that comes down? That's up there. You got your emergency generators and so forth, and a great big electric room that supplies the building. You think you're going to put solar panels up there? And you think you're going to get jobs? Because it's already said, if you looked at the commercial, you see all the helmets with IBEW stickers on it. That's who's going to get the jobs. If you think the IBEW is going to come and hire people off the street, you're in a dreamland. Because it took forever for me to get in, and that took 40 years ago. So we're going to have people come from other states and so forth. We're not going to get the jobs here. So, I mean, you bought a bill of goods, and for what it's going to cost is outrageous, and nothing has been said if you're going to get it for the private homeowner. I just don't understand it. It's just unbelievable that how there is no news media, that they're all in the far left wing and they don't tell the people what's really going on. It's really a dirty, 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 dirty shame regarding this all through the country that you don't know. Man, it is going to get worse, and you think that this with Obama, with this $3 trillion, and with the city is in debt and the state's in debt, you people don't even realize how bad it's going to be. And I feel sorry for you people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arnold Sachs is next. Mr. Sachs, are you here? All right, great. And while Mr. Sachs is coming up, the speaker after Mr. Sachs will be Daniel Weissman.
Good morning. Thank you, Arnold Sachs. Now that the mayor has won re-election, maybe he can take the time to appoint a member for the MTA board. It's only been 2 months since Councilman Parks resigned from his seat on the MTA. It'd be nice if LA had another representative. The airport will be before you today, and you kind of have to wonder about what's going on there. All the money that was allocated, all the plans that were promised, all the projects that were promoted, and 2 years later they're coming before you for runways. You would have thought that when they were talking about these new planes, the A380 and such, and the terminals that they were going to build, that the idea of having a runway for those planes would have been a necessity. The expense at the Bradley terminal, it was originally less than $1 billion. Now it's over $3 billion. That meter is still running. No solar paneling for the new terminals, for the renovations, no solar paneling for the concourse. LA is going green, but not at the LAWA. But they'll have money to buy, they'll have money, they'll get money, because they're going to sell the property that they bought through eminent domain back to the city, so the public will pay for it twice. And speaking of the DWP, can we get an update on the wiring problems that befell the city with the 2 explosions in the underground vaults and the miles and miles of cable that needed to be re-updated that we were heard about in city council when we had the death of the fireman, that we're going to get into this and we're going to repair and we're going to look and we're going to do. Haven't heard an update on that. And the multiple elections that you hear talking about, the reason we have these small turnouts is because the council and the people that run the city like to have small election turnouts so that
Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dr. Daniel Weissman. Following Dr. Weissman will be ISIS.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Yesterday was a very eventful day, was it not? Congratulations to all those who have won. Ms. Gruhl, you have just won yourself the most unpleasant job in the city, and we're looking forward to you really taking a hard and long look at that budget, which now has a $100 million deficit this year, over $400 million next year, and perhaps $1 billion if we don't make some major changes. The Measure B issue, I think, says something to all of us. Everyone who voted for Measure B said they were voting for solar, and we all want solar. Everyone who voted against it said we don't want it done the way it was done. We should be putting all of you on alert. Now, I can see how alert you all are, and I'm really very proud to stand in front of you and not see one set of eyes when I say you've just been given a wake-up call on Measure B. We want to fall back together again. We want to get that solar. Nobody who voted against Measure B is against solar. We've got to get that going. Yesterday at the DWP Commission meeting, They spent most of their time talking about putting up some solar panels in the Old Stone Canyon Reservoir and in the Elysian Park Reservoir. Both of those would add only 5 megawatts. We're looking at 400 megawatts, and we're looking at some long, hard, difficult conversations with the city, with the communities, with the Department of Water and Power to reestablish the solar power thing. You have the power in this room to vote and get that solar energy program going, that 400 megawatts that looks like it was defeated yesterday. It wasn't defeated until we stopped working on it and stopped making it reality that all can live by and be happy with. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is ISIS. Following ISIS will be Noel Weiss.
Good morning to all the Angelinos, and victory is upon us. Don't doubt that. Again, I'm Isis Sage, Justice League for Benevolence.org. Victory to all of the mayor candidates. Congratulations to Walter Moore, who had the phantom Villagrosa looking behind his shoulder. Big kudos to Zuma Dog. Big kudos to Zuma Dog, who is in a league of his own, which the mayor should aspire to be. Zuma is hands-on with the community and invites the people. The people love Zuma Dog. Great effort to Dave Hernandez, who the people respect highly, who stands tall in life experience, especially with the Hispanic community for years, golden years over Mayor Villagrosa. We Angelinos wish Villagrosa had a father like Dave Hernandez. Imagine the possibilities of an ethical administration that we could have here before us. Too bad. Dave Hernandez, we invite you for the next term, and all mayor candidates, and Zuma, let's give it a go again. Big kudos to Jenna John, who can certainly set Mayor Villagrosa on the path to reality at the level of a persona which has a higher caliber in inviting disclosure. Phantom Mayor Villagrosa, of course you have 100,000 votes in a city of 4 million. Come on, that's not a whole lot, is it? It's underperformance like you. Angelinos, those that voted were your family and homies who you have entranced underhandedly. Yes, Mayor Villagrosa, your homies. If the media had given fair exposure to all candidates, just imagine that Villagrosa is no more.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I believe our next speaker is Noel Weiss.
Good morning. Two things. Number one, I want to thank all the people who voted for me. Not enough, obviously, but nevertheless, I appreciate the effort. And more importantly, I think the result on Measure B was reflective of people power all the way down the line. And the mayor is, I think, has to now take a second look in terms of going forward when he does anything relative to budget, relative to safety, no matter what it is. I think we've got to go to neighborhood councils. This is the first time, I think, in the history of Los Angeles, in the history of the neighborhood councils, we had 30 neighborhood councils in a very short period of time coming out for Measure B. You had a coalescing, you had a sense that they can be empowered and that they basically can make a difference. And I think that's the message that needs to be sent as a result of this election. So I want to thank everybody who voted for me, and more importantly, I want to thank everybody who voted against Measure B, because that's people power in its purest form. Thank you very much.
Miss Olga Hall. Olga Hall.
Good morning, Madam President and council members. Today, you are learning that the people of this city are waking up. More and more are becoming aware of your actions, and they are demanding transparency and right action. This is just the start, and it will spread more rapidly. It is time for you to do your job, to keep the oath you gave to the people. It is no more business as usual. This is not a coronation, but the realization that you are here to serve the people and not your special interests. Changing subjects, One of the responsibilities of Councilman Wizard to the northeast area in the city of Los Angeles is to support and protect the first museum of Los Angeles, the Southwest Museum, as a full-fledged museum. It is time for him to stop serving the author's interest and allowing them to rob the treasures of our community. He needs to stop serving the author and respect the oath he gave to this city. In Councilman Reyes District, we have the Casa de Adobe. It's part of the Southwest Museum. It's in Councilman Reyes District. In the past, I mentioned that there are times when you have to cross district lines. It is time for Councilman Reyes to cross those lines and be the champion the city needs to protect its history and well of the Northeast community and the city of Los Angeles. If Councilman Wizard does not have the courage to defend this legacy, the legacy of this city, then it's the responsibility of Councilman Reyes to do so. Casa de Adobe lies in his district, and in the past, the Southwest Museum was in his district too.
Thank you very much. Wanda Solomon. Wanda Solomon. And then Dr. Clyde Williams, if you're back. Okay, great.
Yes, good morning. My name is Wanda Solomon, and I represent Single Parents of America and myself. I also want to extend my congratulations to all of those who had won continued positions. And now that you have been reelected, I am holding each and every one of you accountable to every word that you tell each and every one of us as citizens. The game is over. No more playing jacks and games with the people of this city. I also want to let you know that the mayor came and gave beautiful comments to the Black State of the Union over this past weekend. And I also would like to say I would like to see more action done. Less talk and more action to the people of our community, not just to the black community, but to all people. Also, in this city, I wanted to let you know to continue to be aware of the homeless population in this city. It seems to be growing, and I am looking forward to seeing homelessness permanently eradicated in this city. I came down here in the pouring rain to represent those who could not be here this morning, and also to speak on behalf of the many children and families that are homeless in this city this morning. Once again, I want to say congratulations. I'm going to hold you accountable to every word that you say to us today, and I am looking forward to seeing change. Thank you very much.
Ma'am. Dr. Williams.
Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, CD 14. I appreciate what Olga has been doing for the last 5 years and firmly support it. However, today, Caltrans is coming. The State Route 710 is being proposed. Right now, geotechnical studies are being done in Northeast LA, Alhambra, South Pasadena, to cover the real effort of Caltrans to get a tunnel through Los Angeles. I guarantee that South Pasadena and Alhambra, and maybe even Pasadena, will oppose going under their cities. However, there is a route called the Western Variant that South Pasadena pushed in 10 years ago. It goes from Valley to Colas, Kendall, up through Highland Park, through Eagle Rock, and Caltrans only has to deal with 2 council districts in Los Angeles with little opposition. However, in El Sereno, we fought it before, and we will fight it again. And last night, Highland Park was quite concerned about it. Tonight, Lincoln Heights will be looking at it. Greater Echo Park will be looking at it. So we're preparing for the eventual trying to get it under El Sereno, Monterey Hills, Herman, Highland Park, and Eagle Rock. We oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And that ends the public comment period. Mr. Labange, I believe, has some introductions he would like to make this morning.
Thank you very much, and members of the council. I want us all to join after we had public comment and welcoming part of the International Visitors Leadership Program, two mayors from Poland, Mayor Jolanta Barska, who is from the city of Nasa, and also Mayor Brodaga Wadnicka, Mayor of Krakow from Poland. Give them a big hand. Oh, God, I was wrong on both of them. And I also want to say, Madam President, what's so important about it, we have international visitors. They see that the public gets an opportunity to come right there and voice their concerns. We welcome you. God bless Poland, and good luck on your visit to the United States. Poland.
Mr. Labange, did you have some other introductions you wanted to make? Is that it? All right, thank you. Just before I close public comment, Soledad Garcia put in a card, so Ms. Garcia, if you would come to the mic.
Thank you. I thought I had been forgotten. Good morning, and all of you who have been reelected, congratulations. I know that we can expect the best from you. The DWP Neighborhood Council and community look forward to working with the council and with DWP relative to Measure B. I would hope that, although we know that the comprehensive solar program will be taking its step forward, and that the Measure B will also probably be returning to DWP, we look forward to having workshops with DWP so that we can be included in the decision-making and at least receive some of our input. In addition, I would like very much that DWP and the council consider including the private sector, the unions, and the community when it is written and re-vetted. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, and this does mark the end of public comment. Thank you very much. Now we will, I believe, reconsider 34 through 36, Madam Clerk. Can you please open the roll on reconsideration? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that'll be the order.
Let's go through the order.
All right, now we're going to go through the... All right, we will go through 9 through 10, the ordinances first.
Madam President, that was 9, 10, 11, and 13, and 14.
Thank you. Thank you. If you would please open the roll on that, those items. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 12 next, I think, is a commission appointment.
Yes, that's confirmation of Ms. Sophia Chang to the West LA APC.
All right, is Ms. Chang present? And Mr. Reyes, if you would introduce us to Ms. Chang. Ms. Chang, you can sit at the center table, please.
Right over here, Ms. Chang. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, it's with great pleasure to introduce to you Sophia Chang. She came before the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. We did have a nice talk about her background, her qualifications, and the skill set that she brings to this commission. She does fill the seat, the vacancy created by Sean Burton. But Ms. Chang, I'd like for you, if you don't mind, sharing with the council a little bit about your background and the application of your skill set and how you see yourself participating in this commission.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Reyes. Council members, my name is Sophia Chang, and I'm truly grateful for this opportunity to serve. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in Lancaster, California. I moved to Los Angeles when I attended UCLA as an undergraduate, where I double majored in sociology and an independent major I created in urban policy. After graduating from UCLA, I then went on to Harvard, where I obtained a joint degree in law as well as a master's in public administration. Upon finishing my studies, I returned to Los Angeles. I clerked for a federal judge, and I'm now an associate in corporate transactions at the law firm Jones Day. I believe that through my education and work background, I've obtained the skills to definitely think through complex issues and make tough decisions, and I'm happy to be able to offer this to the Commission.
Colleagues, what struck me in particular, and it's one small piece she left out, she was very much involved in advocacy roles, dealing with open space and parks, environmental justice. Can you just speak to your point of view about housing, especially in the West Side? It's rather challenging, given market forces, given economic times we're in. Can you give us a perspective on how you see affordable housing and its application in the area that you would be overseeing?
Well, I'm definitely supportive of affordable housing. I think there's a great need in our city and in the West Side. I think that through collaborations with private and public partnerships, we have the opportunity through mixed use and inclusionary housing to provide for all of our citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. I want to thank our Mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa, for allowing us to meet Ms. Chang and appointing her to this position. And I'd like to open this up to any questions, but I would highly recommend having Ms. Chang as Commissioner for this area. Thank you very much, Ms. Chang.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Where do you live? 5th District or the 11th?
5th.
That's contiguous to the 11th, and we're partners in a lot of the APC issues that go on there. Mr. Reyes did mention about affordable housing on the West Side. Where do you see us going with that? It's very difficult in the 11th District. I'd like to keep my seniors in affordable housing. I'd like to keep other middle-class and working-class people in affordable housing. Thanks to Santa Monica, we have an incredible gridlock situation. They've created jobs, no housing. We have 200,000 car trips into our district every day. People can't afford to live in the 11th District. What ideas do you have about helping us on affordable housing?
Well, I think right now with the market challenges, I think we need to consider, helping developers as well meet the needs of our housing and find ways to accommodate. But I believe that, I think that by working all together and really bringing people to the table, providing incentives, we can really improve our communities and provide affordable housing.
Well, there's a state law called 1818 that does give some density bonuses for affordable housing. Do you have any sensing of what percentage affordable housing should be in terms of what used to be called by Mr. Reyes inclusionary zoning? Any comments about that?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Rosendahl, I have a lot to learn about this issue, and I intend to study it more in depth.
Okay. Well, the challenge for you will be this. Developers have problems creating affordable housing in the 11th District. And that's going to be a big challenge. We need to create affordable housing, and we actually need to create it on site where they build their complexes rather than somewhere else. So I look forward to you grappling with probably one of the most difficult issues we have on the West Side.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Yeah, and thanks for stepping up to the plate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Huizar.
You want to be taken off the queue?
He wants to be taken off the queue. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I think enough has been said, but I heard Mrs. Chang's presentation in Plum, and I was impressed with your background and what you bring to the table. And although some questions were raised in Plum about whether you have done land use before, and sometimes when we do get attorneys to come here, I think your foresight, your practical approach to things, I think you're going to be a great addition to this commission, and thank you for your service. I know how demanding time can be at your type of work, and when the demands are on you to build those hours and everything else, and you're here doing public service, which is great, so thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if there's no other speakers on the queue, let's go ahead and open. Oh, sorry, Mr. Reyes again.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of clear the air a little bit about the position of inclusionary zoning, SB 1818, and this is a taste of the type of discussion that will evolve. But SB 1818 limits affordable housing to 10%. I've always advocated for 20%. If we're going to be allowing for more entitlements and creating these incentives for developers to have more units, then we should have a greater community benefit. So I've always advocated for 20%. Unfortunately, SB 1818 leaves us at 10, which I don't think is enough. But therein lies, again, the tension between providing parking, allowing for preserving our character of our neighborhoods, isolating where it should be built, and actually facilitating a growth process that does not continue to choke our city. So those are going to be the push and pull factors. I think you're going to be in a good position to put forth the skills that you have acquired over the years, and negotiating some of these agreements to build consensus will be for a lot of fun meetings. So I thank you for your support. I just, again, want to just clarify the impacts of these policies, at least from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. And thank you very much, Ms. Chang, for putting yourself forward for this nomination. And if we can go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
You are now Commissioner. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Pending your swearing in, of course. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 15. That was called special by Councilmember Parks, and there are 2 reports on the file.
Mr. Parks, we have item number 15 for us.
Move the Personnel Committee report.
Okay. No objection to moving the Personnel Committee report. We'll go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Next item is item 17, and that was called special by Councilmember Parks, and the committee report has been submitted and distributed.
All right. Mr. Parks, we have the fiscal status report, number 17, before us. The financial status.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to have the staff come to COCLA. Colleagues, we have a report dealing with our mid-year on finances, and I think it's important that each of us take a few minutes and to listen to Ray and Jerry and staff as they tell us the condition of not only our budget, but what our expectations are and the impact that it will make as for the state and the federal. We have just a few months in this fiscal year to resolve somewhere in the neighborhood of about a $35 million deficit, and as we get ready after April 20th to move to the next year's budget, where we're confronted with conservative estimates between $400 and $500 million in deficit. So, Ray, why don't you start off and give an overview of our current financial conditions, the impact of the state actions and the federal actions, and we can walk through as to the current city situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Council members, I come to you certainly with some grim news today as we talk about the current year budget, and certainly as we go forward to next year, and even as we go out beyond that with the out years in beginning 2010, 11, and so on. Back in December, with the actions taken by the Mayor and Council, we were able to reduce a current year shortfall of approximately $91 million to about $17 million. However, over the last couple of months, there have been some changes. Some expenditure deficits have increased slightly from $15 million to roughly about $21 million. But also, revenue has pretty much stayed the same in the negative category. There were some adjustments that actually, the tax amnesty proposal that you just approved, and some other adjustments were, hopefully, where the expectation would bring that revenue shortfall down. However, due to some of the lack of receipts and license permit fees and fines, we're roughly at the $77 million. One of the things I do want to emphasize, we have been bringing forward this year, in conjunction with CLA, sort of some grim news on the economy and where it's headed. Early this year, we reduced many of our economy-sensitive revenues by roughly 3%. This is our business and in sales tax receipts. We were looking at parking tax and how that's come down. Our TOT, our hotel, has dropped off. And most certainly one of the biggest declines we've seen is in our documentary transfer tax, where we had reduced it previously by roughly about $10 million, but now we're saying we're down as far as $25 million this year. $25 million. We do have some good news for this year, and that is we've seen some surprisingly good results in our property tax. We are saying that receipts will be up by approximately $35 million. Most of this is due to redemptions. This is the fact that the foreclosure market, we've seen some activity, some uptick in housing activity, which has generated some of this revenue for property tax, though because of the falling and the continuing falling housing prices, it has affected the documentary transfer tax. We do have some good news with our utility users tax. We had brought forward some results of an audit by finance, and $8.2 million positive note there. On top of that, now we're seeing some positive results in our overall telephone users tax category that have propped up some of our revenues by approximately $15 million. And then on the electric users tax, we're recommending an increase of about $7 million. But certainly as we go forward, there isn't at this point, any good news on the horizon. The one category that you will notice we have a large decline, this is our license permit fees and fines. We had brought to your attention some of the issues we had with surplus property and some other adjustments in accounts. The biggest concern that we have right now is the shortfall in the SPRF. This is the Special Parking Revenue Fund, where it's going to impact this category by roughly about $44 million. We are looking at some options to help close that, but as we go forward, we have a long ways to go. Bottom line, this year, we're still short by about $33 million, and I would strongly urge you to take action and look at some recommendations that will come forward from my office and the CLA on how to close. I believe it's very, very important for us to close this year, maintain our reserve fund, because going into next year, where in this report, we have a projected deficit of $427. I want to say right now that's probably on the positive side. If you look at some of the data that's come out recently on GDP, some data that came out this morning on jobs, there is only downside risk to that estimate. And that is a significant hole as we go forward. Now, that's not even withstanding the losses that may be sustained by pension retirement. In our 3-year forecast, where we have the 427 for 9-10, but we have close to $1 billion shortfall in 10-11, given where the market is going today and some of the expectations in the losses in both those systems. And I don't know about you, but coming up with $1 billion in 10-11 is going to be very, very difficult. I think I'll just stop there, and that's, yeah.
Great. Let me ask you, just to get precise on some of our issues dealing with, for this coming year for pension, or not, for next fiscal year, pension. We got the actuarials. What does it look like in the sense of what we'll be spending in addition for next year?
Actually, for next year, because the rates have already been adopted from the board, we have built that number actually into the 427. We do have a slight increase, assuming we have the same payroll numbers for next year. In LACERS, we are projecting, I believe, about a $30 million increase to the contribution rate in 9-10. But where we're really going to get hit, and it's close to $500 million, is if both systems sustain 25% losses for this fiscal year, it will dramatically affect our contributions in 2010-11.
Okay. The other thing I'd like you to comment on is on recommendation, I think it's 41, you changed or eliminating the managed hiring program and replacing it with criteria and a more facilitated process. Could you go over that and explain why we did that?
I think quite simply, as we look forward, as I look forward to next year, the city is going to be downsizing, quite frankly. And I believe it is very important for us to acknowledge and start taking action to minimize our payroll costs now. The sooner we do that, the easier it will be as far as transition into next year, and hopefully that we will minimize the number of layoffs that we may be facing.
Okay, also I'd like to ask you, would you comment on page 3 of your report, the second paragraph in the summary, and just give us an overview of the actions we've taken so far and what's happened with these increases and what we expect possibly that will continue to increase before the end of the fiscal year.
Certainly, as we, last fall, we were looking at some of the data that was economic data that was coming out, and we reduced our revenue estimates accordingly. There have been a number of actions taken. There were projected departmental shortfalls earlier in our second FSR, and during that time when we discussed this, we actually took a number of actions, and we asked departments to scale back, go through their salary counts, look at vacant positions and things of that sort, that where we reduced those shortfalls. And actually, I have to say departments have done a very good job knowing, given all the constraints that they have as far as carrying out their programs and so forth. But unfortunately, with the declines in revenue that we've seen, it just hasn't been enough. We just need to go farther in order to close the gap. Okay. And hopefully, as we go forward, that I think you have a concern about whether revenue could further decrease. That is certainly a possibility, and I think we need to prepare for that. And that's why I would urge that the council, both the mayor and council, instruct our offices to come up with a proposal to close this year.
Okay. And what do you envision in the change in the managed hiring to the process that the CAO will be dealing with, how that will facilitate requests for hiring from departments?
Quite frankly, what we are proposing, and I know there was discussion, or I should back up, earlier this year, the request came to our office. We've sent out a transmittal to both the CLA and the mayor for approval. Certainly that took some time, and there was discussion as far as how that would work. Since then, back in December, we talked about forming a committee, perhaps that would facilitate this. It turned out there were a few issues with this, with that proposal. What we've come up with instead is basically have those requests come back to us, and we'll quickly go through those and send those forward to the mayor and CLA for their approval as well.
And also that new process comes accompanied with a set of guidelines or criteria, so departments are aware of what you'll be assessing.
That's correct. Attachment 13, we provided some criteria. Certainly where we had revenue-generating positions where they're 100% cost recoverable, we said those are fine. Those would still get approved. Certainly we were looking at other special funds and grant-funded positions. Things that we wanted to look at, actually all departments were requested to submit to the mayor 6 to 9% reduction proposals for next year. Those are things that we're going to want to look at and really scrutinize as far as approving those. And then there's some other criteria as well. But I think we're still saying exempt police sworn, fire, platoon duty, and there's some other positions as well.
Okay. And you've taken into consideration the sworn positions and also the public safety positions as giving them at least in the criteria the ability to keep hiring, and also for the rest of this year, I believe with particularly the fire department, that other than the last class that has been cut to compensate for other budgetary issues, they will be hiring as scheduled.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, we're still hiring as scheduled for public safety in
That's
particular?
correct. Other than the class for fire, you are correct. We're still hiring as scheduled.
Okay. Let me ask Jerry if you could give an overview from the perspective of the city, the CLA.
Certainly. Well, briefly, I think as Ray indicated, we are in a position where we need to downsize. I think there's no question about it. if, just simple math, if you're looking at a $430 to $450 million budget gap for next year, that represents 4,800 positions. That's 35% of the city workforce, non-public safety workforce. Now, clearly, that's not feasible, but the majority of our expenses and the majority of our problems are going to be payroll and benefit-related. I think, as Ray indicated, the $1 billion potential shortfall in 2011 includes about a $500 million in additional pension contributions. So I believe that the only way that we're going to be able to get through this is substantial downsizing. As you all know, whether it's through voluntary retirements or layoffs or attrition, downsizing takes some time. It can't be done immediately. So this is an issue that we need to begin addressing right now.
Okay. Let me ask both the CAO and the CLA. Historically, we've had the benefit of some windfalls during budgetary times, or you did some magic during the budget process and identified sources of funds that were that was thought to be unavailable. Where are we in this closing out this budget and going to next year as far as looking at potential windfalls? And are there funds that are available, as we've had in the past, that we can bring into this process?
I can say I'm not aware of any windfalls this year. I mean, this is, I have to say, certainly one of the most difficult years that I have faced. And I'm sorry, I'm not aware of any windfalls. I think we've been telling people that the city's been fortunate enough to define some windfalls, or as I have called rabbits. We've been able to pull rabbits out of the hat. I think we're out of rabbits, and I do not expect anything.
Ray, how long have you been working on the city's budget?
It's been about 10 years in COO and a few years in sanitation.
Okay. And then also let me ask on the sense of the budgetary process. When we go through this report and look at each department and they show deficits in their budget, if they're unable to reduce those or eliminate those deficits, where does that money come from for the city to close out this budget?
At this point, because we have a revenue shortfall, we've set aside money in the UB. That money in the UB just has to cover the revenue shortfall. So anything that doesn't get solved is going to come from the reserve fund.
Okay, and so that reserve
From
fund...
the reserve fund is at $160 million. And knowing what we're facing next year and the discussion about potential layoffs and how that process works, we need to do what we can to build that $160 million reserve fund, because it is not going to be enough.
Okay. On the $160 million reserve fund, is all of it available for contingencies?
No. Roughly $125 million is for what we'll call the emergency reserve.
Okay, so that leaves, what, about $35 million?
Yes.
So anything that we subtract from that $35 million this year will not be available in next year's budget?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is our policy of looking at the reserve fund as far as trying to reach a percentage of our operating budget?
Well, certainly the policy that was adopted by council was to build a reserve fund to 5% of general fund revenue. We made some strides a couple of years ago. The last year we've slightly fallen off given the difficulty we've had last year as far as closing the budget. We had to dip in the reserve fund, unfortunately. We need to build it.
Okay. And what is the benefit of a strong reserve fund, particularly in these unsettled times with our revenues falling and also our credit rating?
Well, certainly there's several benefits of a strong reserve fund. One, for our credit rating. We want to maintain our AA rating. Certainly that's one of the things that the rating agencies look at. They do expect us to continue building that to get to the 5%. And that's one benefit. The second benefit is basically if we have a strong reserve fund, I believe it's less money that the controller would have to borrow in the trans as far as for the first 5 months, 5.5 months of the budget. So it actually reduce some of the debt service that we pay for that trans.
And where does that debt service come from when we have to go out to trans and then have to repay it?
On the cash flow portion of the trans, it comes right out of general fund.
Okay. And that general fund is also the fund that we fund all of our programs for parks maintenance and all the other issues in the city.
That's correct.
Okay. Colleagues, my time's about up, but I'd just like to make sure that when you review this report and hear the presentations from the CLA-CAO, realize that it's an attempt to give you an overall city view. You may be contacted by individual departments that have a specific issue that concerns them, but what we're trying to do is give you a city view, and every department, if you allow them, will have some specific uniqueness that makes them special, except that when you look at paragraph 2 in the summary, you will see that with all the things we've done in this fiscal year, our costs are still growing and our revenue is still dropping. And so there's an expectation with a $35 million shortfall for this fiscal year that we'll probably, before the year's over, come back and say that 35 has moved again and possibly again. So each month it has a tendency to move up. So I'd ask as you review this report, and also that as you have your departments come before your different committees that you are responsible for, that you look at this report and see who's in deficit and why they're in deficit, and see how you might help us as it relates to balance this year's budget, because whatever we do not balance in this fiscal year will only move over to the $500 million shortfall for next year.
Mr. Alacon is next, then Mr. Weiss and Mr. Labange. Mr. Alacon.
I know these are very difficult times, and I always appreciate Councilmember Parks' work on the budget. But one of the concerns I have here is that there's a recommendation to reduce, I should say there's an effort here to slow down the hiring process for firefighters. And I'm not sure whether that applies to the police officers, because you exempt sworn positions, but you don't exempt sworn positions in the fire department. You only exempt the platoon positions. So I would like to have the council understand what exactly we're doing and why we are doing it different for the fire department than we are for the police department. And even if we did it the same for the police department as we're doing with the fire department, I'm concerned about any process of slowing down the fire department, particularly when I know that some of the positions that would be targeted for slowdown are some of the positions that helped us when the fires broke out this summer, or a few months ago. Literally, management personnel was out there pulling out bodies from the fire. So I'm curious why we've structured this in that way. Please hold my time.
Basically, two things. I want to make sure that it's clear. On Axel Fire hiring, this is the new people that are in the academy. We've made a decision, the mayor and council made a decision to cancel the last recruit class. What we're saying here and what we have recommended is any position that is slated for platoon duty would have the automatic exemption, would go forward as normal. But a special duty position, we'd like to take a look at it, provide some recommendation to the CLA and mayor as far as going forward. We don't anticipate just saying, no, you can't to backfill a place, but we'd like to take a look at it and look at some of those areas where they have some of these special duty officers and see what the possibilities are and whether we need to basically 100% backfill them.
Okay, I would ask that we hold my time because he didn't answer my question. My question was, why are we doing it different for the fire department as the police department?
I think basically right now, as we go forward and we look at the police hiring, I mean, as we try to get a handle on sort of who's in the office versus who's out in the field, we'll try to gather some more data whether or not we can assess that, whether we can say that we can sort of back off on some of those. At this point, we haven't looked at that.
Do you anticipate coming back with a proposal to do so?
It's something that I think we'll have to take a look at.
Okay. How many positions are we talking about in the fire department that if become vacant, would be subject to this extra review?
I'm sorry, the number of positions, I want to say it's, I have to ask the fire department, but I think it's about 300 and some special duty positions.
And how much money do we anticipate saving as a result of this slowdown in hiring?
If there's any slowdown, it would be minimal.
Well, I mean, if there's no slowdown, we don't save anything.
That's correct.
So there's no point in doing it. So we have to anticipate that there's going to be some savings, therefore there's going to be a slowdown in hiring. So how much money do we anticipate saving in hiring?
I think it depends on sort of attrition, number one, and where we would say would be on constant staffing. You know, we want to make sure that all the platoon duty positions are fully filled and functional, and so that's just...
Again, you're avoiding my question. My question is, amongst the positions that are if vacant, will be held to this extra review, how much money do we anticipate saving?
Okay, number one, it depends on attrition, but if you look at the position each, we could save anywhere
You
from...
projected a general amount of savings that we anticipate out of this action, correct?
No, we did not anticipate any savings here.
No, none at all?
No, it's not factored into any of our numbers.
So why are we doing this if we don't know there's going to be any savings?
Because I think as we go forward, we have a huge gap next year. And the sooner that we can sort of sit down and discuss some of the painful decisions that we're going to have to make.
You just reported that the reason you're making this proposal was to save the city money, but you can't tell us how much you're saving.
If you have a position vacancy, it's roughly about $80,000 to $90,000.
Is that a yes or a no? You can't tell us how much we're saving here?
No, because I do not know the amount of attrition.
Members, I have serious trepidation anytime we are reducing our public safety personnel. Greg, you and I observed our management personnel fighting the fire, and I'm very concerned, particularly when we don't even know what we're saving, when we slow down the hiring process for public safety personnel, whether it's the police department or the fire department. I would ask that we either send this back to committee or we exempt the fire department and the police department, but out of respect for Councilmember Parks, I would move that we refer the question of fire department and police department personnel with regard to this extra review process in the hiring of vacant positions back to committee, and I would support moving the rest of the package forward.
I think there's at least 1 second on that motion. Mr. Weiss is next.
I'd like to ask if Chief Berry could come forward as well. You can hold my time, Mr. President. Chief, on the issues we've been talking about, can you offer your perspective and the department's views?
Well, I have a disagreement with the report recommendation regarding the managed hiring and all the uniform sworn members that are in special duty positions being included in that. I think the number one fundamental issue is it was included in this report without any discussion with the fire department as far as what the impacts would be both on the department and on the city as a whole. And I think that's a very important distinction we need to talk about. Just giving some examples of some of the potential impacts. The staffing people that are in our special duty assignments staff the EOC in emergency incidents, and that has not been considered, I don't think, fully. They do safety officer duties at major events. They are part of our PSD, which is part of the audit recommendation that we went through a couple of years ago. There's a lot of different impacts this is going to have, not only on the fire department and on the city as a whole. Now, I recognize there's a process to get approval. Having seen how that process has worked before, it's going to cause lengthy delays. And at the very least, I think we need to consider the fact that the fire department has agreements with our labor organizations to rotate our special duty people every so many years. Right now it's 2 years. And what that's going to do is going to cause me to have to violate those agreements by keeping our people in special duty so we don't run them vacant.
Well, and so, Mr. Alarcon? Mr. Alarcon? Mr. Alarcon? I just want to say, so the chief, I'm hearing the chief and you sounding the same notes here. Am I correct?
Yes.
And I guess you suggested that we go back to committee. So your suggestion? I'd like to support you in that. I'd like to include public safety in the referral as well. Sure.
Motion included police and fire.
No, public safety committee, in addition to budget committee, yes. And I just want to, is there anything else about this that you think we should know at this point? Because I'm inclined to say that I think Mr. Alarcon's on the right track.
Again, I know there's processes to deal with those that work in fee-supported and so forth, and some of the public safety that's written in the criteria, but The process, as it's been in the past, and I know we made some changes to that as well, is going to delay our abilities to get these positions filled. Many of the positions that may not be in any of those two categories, we used to do recall. We use our inspectors to do recall on emergencies. There's a lot of factors that have not been considered in this recommendation I feel need to be addressed.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll support Mr. Alcon's motion.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. And Mr. CAO, thank you. You're not bringing great news, but you're bringing real news. It's raining outside. We don't know how hard it's going to rain. There's a budget cloud coming. We don't know how hard bad it's going to be. But I do support the work of what your staff is trying to do. But there's some things I've asked for departments that I need to know. Like if the Department of Recreation and Parks is going to cut and close gymnasiums, how much does it cost to keep them open? By hour, by day? We have neighborhood councils that are very supportive of their neighborhoods. That we could say, because there's a certain amount of money in neighborhood councils right now that are not expended. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how much money that is?
As of the allocation for this year, no, but we can get a report for you.
But do you think it's, I heard it's like several $1 million. Anybody hear that? Mr. Miller, you're up to date on everything. I know that. So there should be a question there. How much does it cost? I do support the fire department's focus on it. But Chief Barry, I just got to ask you, if we go in a very dark situation in the future, how are we going to be able to serve if we don't have the money to pay for the people that we have now? I'm pro-fire department. I love the fire department. I love what you do. I love the heavy rescue, and I think it's real important. But I know those things that would be put on the block, and yet if we have a tragedy like we had anywhere, those two individuals are key to the success of your operation. Those EMT guys are key. So if we review that, as Mr. Weiss has said in the committee, that will be good to look at that. But at the same time, we've got to come back, what if we don't have it? What do we do? What did Chief Hill do when they closed 12 or 14 stations in the 60s? What did Chief Gerard do when they implemented Prop 13 and lost the fifth person on the fire engine? This is a tough time for you. So,
well, let me
you can hold my time, Madam Clerk.
Let me say this. We're in discussions with the mayor's office and eventually the CAO on next year's budget and how we're going to manage whatever shortfalls there may be with the city's budget or the fire department's budget. I think one of the things I think is important for me to point out is these recommendations are based on the premise of the fire department's deficit for this year. And it's been a point throughout this year that I've been trying to raise that the fire department, through savings, through identifying additional revenues that are coming in that we're responsible for, have more than covered the deficits that they're showing up in our budget, even those deficits that were imposed upon us. And I said for that to be the premise for this motion, for this recommendation, I think it's not appropriate.
I got that, but a committee can solve that. Now, Madam Clerk, watch the clock. When I ask the question, stop me so I get an answer. Street lighting.
Mr. Labange, we're holding your time. I'm in charge of that. Don't worry, we're holding your time. And we only run it when you talk.
No, just stop the clock when I get the question there.
That's what we've been doing.
Mr. CAO, street lighting, okay? Isn't that 100% fee supported?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so why are they in this here if they're 100% fee supported?
Why are they in here? Basically, let me back up. We know we are facing downsizing of the workforce next year. So every person that we hire this year may go out the door next year. We would like the opportunity to try to place people in the highest need and look at the sort of the different pieces and how they, as they keep moving, is whether or not we can take someone here and move them over here to address a higher priority.
I do have a request to taking street lighting up to water and power, because, some of the street lights are city lights, some are water and power. Maybe there's efficiency there. I hope you could look at that.
Yes.
Okay, I also want to thank on the special parking fund here, you're taking $1.7 million out of the 4th District, which I will say take it. Okay, I will take it, and I hope you just credit us when times get good, we get it back. So just say that for the record.
Yes, and part of the committee report, 1C, is basically upon the sale of Mangrove, fund would be restored into the respective council district accounts.
Right. Okay, the general manager of cultural affairs got a job in Baltimore. Why not moving that back where it started? Why not move it back to the mayor's office? Answer the question. Can we move some of these departments back to the mayor's office? And I say that because it started in the mayor's office.
Well,
I think this, Jared, you can take that.
Mr. Lamarge, those are exactly the kind of questions that you're going to be dealing with in the upcoming budget. Clearly, we have to shed positions. We have to shed a lot of positions. And that may mean consolidation. It may mean eliminating departments. It's going to require being very creative. As Ray indicated, on some of the special funded positions, we recognize that if we're going to shed 2,000 to 3,000 positions next year, it's going to be important to try and have a special funded areas and others where positions can go. So this is precisely the kind of debate that you're going to have, and this is precisely why now I do believe that you need to begin to address bringing down our workforce.
Okay, and the same thing too, Mr. CAO. Should I review my district and come up with recommendations directly to you?
We would be more than happy to hear any recommendations, proposals that you have.
And that means altering times, like we find out if you have to close, and we don't want to close any gyms, but what if there are days that are not heavy use? Do we recommend it? We don't want to close it on Saturdays. We don't want to close it on Sundays, but we do want to find out when the people need it and always be there for the people, but if we have to reduce the service level, come up with a fair recommendation. I don't want to see us penalize the people.
That's correct. Certainly, that is going to be part of the mix as we go forward. Next year is what do we do? We're going to have to look at load, peak hours at facilities, and we're going to have to make some tough decisions on how we address those.
I just want to let you know, members, I was told by the former mayor, Hahn, one time, that there were only 8 people that lost their jobs in Prop 13, which is the greatest restructuring. They were painters out of General Services. I think the cloud that awaits us is much darker than that, based on the world economy, the federal economy, state, and others. But certain things have to be first, and the public safety is the key, and then we have to work from there. I want to do my part where you have to do what we have to do, but I want to make sure that we don't cost us more in the end. Because the one thing on the public safety, there's services now, and your predecessor, Mr. Bamatri, in expanding the EMT throughout the system, did give services everywhere. Maybe there's 2 runs out of 97s at Mulholland and Laurel Canyon when there's 22 at 9s, but still the service should be there for everybody. Thank you. You want to say something, Mr. CEO? You can do it on my time.
There isn't any left. I'm sorry, Mr. Labange, you can't.
That's okay.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. One, I want to thank the fire department for stepping up and clarifying that, in essence, we're not cutting out positions. We're concerned about the meticulous processes and the step-by-step that will have to be taken in order to address these positions. Am I correct?
Correct.
And it was done in such a way where there was no feedback from yourself or department when this was put forth.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. CEO, I know you have an incredible challenge in front of you and been making it very clear to each one of us the conditions we're in, but are the departments being offered the kind of opportunity that seems to be addressed right now in terms of how they're going to view their positions? Or are we asking the department heads to come up with strategies and how to create revenue? Or is that something that just comes from yourself?
Well, basically, the mayor and actually our office as well have been asking for strategies and proposals for what I'll call the civilian departments to look at their positions, their shortfalls, et cetera, et cetera. Most on the civilian side, the process is really not that much different. We've been scrutinizing positions, since early in the fiscal year.
I'm sorry, but Councilmember, can you hold my time?
What we had put on the table now was sort of the special duty for fire, knowing what's down the road. So other than, and I apologize to the chief, but we basically, on the civilian side, we've been talking about these positions since the beginning of the fiscal year. What we go forward with, what we'd recommend. We've been having the dialogue. I have been having GMs talk to me every time, hey, I need this position. It's been a relentless process.
Now, I understand that, but $400 million is a big number.
Yes,
a lot of zeros there.
Yes.
When you're talking about 35% of the workforce, these are critical changes. Are we going to have enough time, given now and the deliberation of our typical budget season, or?
Well, I think one of the things that from my perspective, and that's sort of bringing this report for you, is to start having those discussions now. I mean, we had the budget balancing process discussion back in December. We came back, in this report, and we threw some things on the table again, like recreation and parks, where I know we are going to have...
I'm sorry, Mr. Seal. Council President, it's really hard to hear him. It's like everyone else is having a
Ask the sergeants at
conversation.
arms to assist in making sure that folks who are in conversations right now can move to the back of chambers or outside. There's still some conversations going on. Mr. Smith, Paul Smith, Eduardo Hewitt. Don't make me keep going down names. If you guys could move conversations out of here, please. Thank you. I can go all the way around, but I'll do our best. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President.
So as I was saying that, I know we face some very difficult decisions, next year. So we had a discussion back in December on some reductions in the current year, where we've laid some things out in this report, and I'm sorry to say the Rec and Parks discussion again, and the animal services. I don't take these recommendations lightly. Truthfully, I don't see hope next year, and I think it'd be more helpful for us as far as transitioning from this year to next year to start taking actions to reduce our costs in the current year.
So half of us just got elected, right?
Congratulations.
First day, right. Now, the reason why I bring that up is that it's going to be our challenge to engage our constituency to let them know what is going to happen. And we should at least provide a preview. Scenarios that say $400 million means this. You put out a very important, or at least our CLA, 35% of our workforce will have to be eliminated to address that $400 million gap. And that's non-public safety personnel?
That's correct, and certainly that's a big piece of this as well. You have to decide, if 70% of the general fund costs are for police and fire, the remaining 30%, are you going to take that out on civilian departments, meaning Rec and Parks, libraries?
So let's go through the list. That means planning gets eliminated, recreation parks gets eliminated, Department of Aging gets eliminated.
You're exactly right. I think we had a list of...
Help me out, because I want the public to know what this means.
You're right. There's 20 departments. I can just start from A to P.
Well, just give us a preview.
Aging,
just let us know.
building and safety, CAO, you can city attorney, disability.
City attorney, disability. Now, these are the same departments that also are in charge of creating revenue and maintaining revenue.
That's correct.
And they should be gone if we're going to meet the $400 million deficit. I just want everyone to understand what that means. Yes, we just got elected, but now they chopped off the legs from the city. We did. And as a community, we need to understand the impact of that figure. 35% of the workforce in the city of LA is gone. That's what's before us. Thank you.
Mr. Zine is our next speaker. Dennis Philip Zine.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. The city's broke. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the forecast is for continuing lack of funds to do operations in the city.
Yes.
So when do we come to the realization that we provide the services that the city is here for? The basic services: public safety, fire, police, sanitation, library, recs and parks, and all the other things that we do that we can't afford to do. When do we come to that realization? Or do we continue to plow along and see if something will work? And let's take from the fire department today and take from the police department tomorrow and switch it back and forth. When do we finally realize that we can only provide so many services to the people of the city? And be honest with them. Instead of playing this situation, cat and mouse, a charade, and the fire department chief has to come here with his command staff so they can continue performing public safety. So when we have the fires, they're out there. When we have the floods, they're out there. We don't know when the fires are going to strike. We don't know when the floods are going to strike. And we can't have a volunteer fire department for the city of Los Angeles. So if it's a priority, then why don't we say so? And these other programs that we fund that we can't fund anymore, they're going to have to somehow be abandoned. Why can't we stand up and say that?
Well, Mr. Zion, I think that's exactly what you are going to need to say, and you're going to need to say it in connection with the upcoming budget. I honestly believe that you are in a situation where this council and the mayor are going to have to decide what the city's core services are and what it intends to continue to deliver, and make drastic reductions next year, because facing $1 billion gap in 2011, in my view, is virtually unsolvable. The structural changes to the budget must begin to occur right away. And the only way that can be done is for this body and for the mayor to determine what services the city is going to continue to provide.
And that, I think, is what we need to agree with the mayor's office. The mayor submits the budget, Councilmember Parks and his committee review it, and then we come up with something, and then as we go down the line, things kind of fall into that budget. But the basic essential services, and I think the people of Los Angeles would be willing to accept that. We don't pave the streets as we should. We don't trim the trees as we should. We don't fix the sidewalks as we should. It's here and there. And those are things that people want done. But all these other programs that we do for millions upon millions upon millions of dollars is our big problem. And we won't stand up and admit that we have to curtail some of these non-essential services. And if we think the fire department's not an essential service, then we curtail the fire department. But when you have the heart attack, you make sure the paramedics are there. Even we're going to curtail that. And I've looked at this, and I met with the chief briefly on this. This needs to go to a committee. It needs to be reviewed. And maybe there's some changes they can make. But you're not talking about major changes. You're talking about minor changes. But it seems that we're going to hit the fire department, then it'll be hit the police department. But some of these other departments that we really analyze, what do they actually do for the people of Los Angeles? When you start looking at those departments, what do they do? If you ask John Q. Citizen in the street, and I'm not going to start picking them out of the sky, because when I ask you, you're going to say, I don't know what they do. No one knows what they do, but they're departments that we have. So that would be my recommendation. As has been stated, send it back to committee for this particular aspect, but come to the honesty and the realization that we can't continue to provide everything that we can't afford to provide anymore. And if we've got a budget of $7 billion, what are the priorities in that $7 billion? And that is where it ends. And hopefully the social service organization can take over from that, because we can't continue to do this and continue to have the fire department, and then next week the police department, and next week another department come up here, and we're going to take a few dollars here, a few dollars there. It just doesn't work.
Thank you, Mr. Zahn.
So, Chief, I support what you're saying, but I think if you have a responsibility to analyze and then report back, but at the same time, the broader picture is we need to come up with the reality, the honesty, what we can afford to provide the people of this city.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith is our next speaker.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is just the very opening round of what we're going to go through for the next year. This is the very real world we're sitting in at this moment, and it's not a pretty situation. For those new members that just re-elected, and all of us, we're going to have to go back to our district for the whole year and tell people, no, you cannot have your street fixed. No, you cannot have your tree trimmed. No, your zone case won't get heard in a timely manner. No, your opposition to a zone case will not be heard in a timely manner, because that is the reality of the world we sit in at this moment in time. And it's going to take a lot of guts for us this year to do the right thing. Mr. Alarcon, you're absolutely right. I don't want to cut police and fire. None of us do. But the reality is, if we do not, it's 70% of the budget we are not touching. And I've had this discussion with the mayor, and I will continue to have that discussion, that we cannot take any actions in this budget this coming year unless we consider police and fire. Now, the way to do that is ask those departments what can be done. In this very case, the fire department came back with us with a plan, because they said, one, we had a problem, that we had a false loss, FSLA lawsuit that really impacted their budget. They had some overtime concerns and problems. Their budget was out of whack. They wanted to save 18 fire captains, EMS captains. And this council said, we want to find a way to do that. How can we do that? And it was the fire department that offered up the plan that said, cut the class. This is not something, let me repeat that. This is not something your Budget and Finance Committee dreamed up. The fire department said, let's do that because our staffing is okay. We can survive with that. And so that is what is before you today, is the plan that was offered by the fire department. I think the issue of the 300 other employees and the management hiring is a different case, but we should discuss that. But this plan was not made up by us. It was brought to us by the fire department. I think we should respect that. If you choose today to send this back to any committee, and to say it wasn't heard by committee is wrong, it was heard. It was heard at length by the Budget Committee. If you want to send it back, you're putting a $6 million hole in the budget with 3 months to go, folks. That means $12 million or $18 million of damage if you wait at this point in time to reject this plan today. These are the kind of fiscal problems we're going to have all year long, and every one of us is going to have to dig very deep and look inside ourselves and say, what are we willing to give up? If you want to make this change today, $6 million out of the budget, it's $18 million when we come up to July 1, because that's what you're doing at the end of the fiscal year. So I hope you will consider greatly the fact that this committee did hear that the fire department thought this was the best way to go to save those 18 EMS captains, and that we go forward today and not send this back to committee.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Garcetti.
I just want to respond to Councilmember Smith. It's true we did propose the reduction or the cancellation of that one class. We made other recommendations to make up or to cover the deficit that was identified in our budget. Those monies were acquired, but yet we're not giving credit for that as taking up the deficit. Like I said in the report, it talks about the reason for the managed hiring for the sworn was because we still show a deficit. We had our plan to cover that deficit. And again, some of the things are being considered toward it, and some of the things are not. But that deficit was identified, and so if the premise is we're in a deficit, I dispute that, because we did cover the cost of it, including the lawsuit that was imposed upon us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To put this in perspective, and I know it's been stated, I think with the fire department we're talking about $100,000 this year, about $500,000 next year, and we're talking about a budget deficit that's about 400-something million this year and up to $1 billion next year. So you can certainly stay at the table, and I don't have any questions for you, but if you want to relax and sit back down, you can as well. I feel that we will figure out the fire. It probably costs us more than $100,000 to have that conversation, and I think what we need to do, folks, is start focusing on the big picture. This is a really, 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 really important day. It may be arguably the most important day that you've served on the City Council. And I don't say that lightly, because when we look at the moment that we're at, we all acknowledge the toughest moment in our fiscal history as council members, and certainly for a generation or more in the city. And the gravity of the situation, which I know the Budget and Finance Committee has been tackling, we have been watching Rome begin to burn, and we're finally stopping the fiddling, and we're going to start to do the fixing. We have to do some very serious work, colleagues. And as Mr. Smith said, and to reiterate a couple of his points, we're going to be the bearers of a lot of bad news. Now, we have good news. It's a contrast to the state. The worst bond rating in America now comes from the state of California, of any state. As you know, the city of Los Angeles, though, has one of the highest bond ratings of any big city in America, because we've always done a good job with what we have. But nobody has much this year, because all revenues are down due to the economy. We can't have rosy projections. We can't think about new programs. It is not what we are going to expand. It is how much we are going to cut and how deeply. And if we don't do it now, we will do it later, and we will do it more sloppily, and we will do it deeper if we do not do that right now. I'd like to ask our CLA, because a number of us, we've launched conversations with the mayor's office, and we're having good collaborative meetings there in the EERC, because our employees, we owe, because of their work to us, we owe them the faith of an honest discussion from the beginning about how severe this is. If you could lay out for the council, what is the worst case scenario looking forward in these next couple of years? The CAO has projected some, but that you've looked at. And I want to be clear with our employees, we are not putting these forward as any proposals at this point, because our desire is to first go to our employee groups and say, help us solve this problem together. How can we do this? Because I know it is the desire of this council to keep as many people in their jobs, not to add to the layoffs, not to add to the shortfalls in our economy, not to compound the home foreclosures and all the other suffering that goes on in tough economic times. But lay out for us, what would this be the equivalent of? We've heard the mayor say it's the equivalent of 4,800 of our 40,000 roughly employees. But if we talked about a combination of layoffs and furloughs and cutting our equipment purchases in half, and looking at our COLAs. And many of these things are difficult to do because we've already negotiated them. But just to help the council wrap their head and the public wrap their head around the math, walk us through some of the scenarios of what this would mean to balance the budget this year. And assuming the stock market doesn't recover during this year, where we're going to be at for our pensions.
Certainly. Again, to be clear, I'm not making any recommendations here because what I'm going to say is not going to be very pleasant. But looking at perhaps, as I indicated, 4,800 positions is certainly not going to happen. I do not believe that that's feasible. But looking at a scenario of eliminating 2,500 positions, either through retirements or layoffs, every non-public safety employee in the city taking one furlough day a month, cutting our equipment in half, and eliminating COLAs for eliminating the COLAs, we would still have a $100 million deficit.
So let me
in
stop
next
you there.
fiscal year.
So for the public, what that means is some combination of you could do 1,000 layoffs and 1,500 early retirements, or 2,500 layoffs and 0 early retirements, 2,500 early retirements. Basically, we get rid of 2,500 employees of some sort. And I think people know that our public safety professionals are so critical that most of that focus then goes to folks who are not in fire and police. So that becomes, of the remaining, 25,000 people, roughly about 1 out of every 10 employees. Is that?
No, that would be about 25% of the non-public safety civilian
So it's about
workforce.
25%. Excuse me, I had my math backwards. About 25% of everybody who works in a library, everybody who works in our disability department, everybody who works at a park, everybody potentially. And then if they're done, with early retirement, that is obviously not a layoff. It's a more humane way to go about. People can have their retirement, but that means having the discipline not to hire anybody after them. So those programs get cut, correct?
Exactly, and that goes to the $500 million problem, which would be exacerbated by early retirement. But in 2011...
And why is that? That's because it costs us money to
exactly. We've got
buy
more
people out of early retirement?
Precisely, and then we have more people in the retirement system. So we have a savings on the general fund salary side, but then we have an increase in our funding of the retirement system. So it would be essential to not backfill those positions.
And the COLAs, which is a term for cost of living adjustments, which we have in contracts right now, is there a way to get rid of those, or are those already part of the contracts that are in place right now with our civilian bargaining units?
Those are in place in the contracts.
So this is just hypothetical, and I want to be clear with our employees. We're not saying we're getting rid of COLAs, we're not laying people off, but if you do the math, say we laid off 1,000 people, we got 1,500 to retire early. Everybody took 12 furlough days, or temporary layoff days as they're called, which meant a day a month. People were not working and not paid for that time and not accruing pension benefits for that time too, correct?
That's right.
And we took 50% of the equipment that we badly need for all sorts of things, and we put that off for a year, that we still face a deficit of about $100 million.
Correct.
Okay. Colleagues, we're not solving this here today, but I hope everybody heard that loud and clear. I hope that the public hears that loud and clear. We will close this budget. I trust this council. I believe in it. And time after time, in some of the toughest years, we have done that. And in years where it's been a little bit easier, we've always balanced it as well. This will be the hardest year. And I know what it's like, because we have to stand up and talk about a particular park, where a particular set of parents is going to come to us and talk about a particular baseball program and what that means. We're going to talk to people about a specific program that does something wonderful for a group of people that depend on the city. But this isn't about whether those programs are good. It is about what is the core of our work, and how do we make the structural reform this year to ensure that for the next few years we don't just do one-time fixes as well. Because we have done that for a couple years. A combination of what we've done has been one-time revenues, and that's been good because that forestalls laying people off and cutting programs. But there are fewer and fewer of those options left. Plus, we know that things are not going to recover quickly. And in looking through the next couple years and the economic projections for this country, we have to be smart about what we protect and how we get out in front of that. Because if we don't, it's going to come down like a hammer upon us. So I appreciate the work that the CLA and the CAO are doing with the Mayor's office and this council. We have urgent and weekly meetings on this. And every idea that an employee group has out there, the members of the public have out there, this is the time. The only silver lining in a difficult economic moment is that you can sometimes make the structural changes that you've put off for many, many years. And I intend, and I know this council intends, as we did this year, to lead by example, cutting our own budgets first before we ask departments to do that, and we're going to have to do the same things here. We have to show ourselves that we can make those cuts, and we will. And we're going to make sure that those cuts go directly into the most critical programs, like fire, like our paramedics, like our public safety, like some of the things that hit our most low-income residents who are hanging on by a thread. And in doing so, I think that we will be able to get through this. But I appreciate also the Council, the Budget and Finance Committee, the good work that they're doing. But the time is now to put aside all of the dreams we had for expanding things and to get serious about putting down on the table what are those cuts and how we're going to balance this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. I obviously want to echo what our President, Eric Garcetti, said, and also what my colleague, Greg Smith, said. Look, I'm on the Budget Committee, and I got to tell you, it is the most difficult budget, not just this year, but next year as well. And even right now, fixing the situation in this particular year's budget. Since I've been on the Council, I've asked the question about our structural deficit. What is our structural deficit? We've been talking about elephants in the room here. There's a real elephant that is in the room. And that is the whole question of the contract we have between ourselves and the city. Ray, you mentioned something about $1 billion. Explain that a little bit more. What are you talking about? In simple layperson's language. Hold my time, please.
You mentioned the $1 billion, or we talked about the $1 billion as far as our pension and retirement
Explain that, would you?
Contributions.
For the people outside of this room.
Basically, we have charter mandates that require us to fund both LACERs. This is retirement program for civilian employees, and also fire and police pension, which is for our sworn folks. By charter, we are required to fund them based on an actuarial study that's done every year. It will spit out a number that we need to pay X dollars, and based on sort of the preliminary numbers that we're receiving for this year, we would look at some substantial increases. For example, just for next year, we're going to be paying about 28 cents on the dollar for pensions. That could balloon to 50 to 60 cents on the dollar.
Okay, so again, be a little more simple for me. Does that mean because those funds have taken the hit like everybody else's 401ks and pensions and mutual funds, and the stock market is down in the toilet, the lowest it's been in modern moments?
That's correct. The market is down, I think, where it was about 12 years ago. And both of those systems just approximately have about 55 to 60% of their assets in equities. You know, and that's the domestic market and also the international market. And with the losses in the market, that has a huge impact on their asset portfolios.
I mean, look, I'm 63. I think anybody over 50 right now is shaking in their boots. The kids are okay because they think of tomorrow. We're thinking of today and whatever little time we have left. We've all lost a substantial amount in our 401ks. Everybody has suffered so much. So what does this plan mean in terms of fresh tax dollars? Does that mean the average taxpayer then bails out these pension funds? Explain that.
Essentially, we have, our options are limited. We either can increase taxes, which I don't think we'll get through, or we can reduce the cost of the city, which is either we can reduce programs, eliminate programs, or we can reduce the cost of our workforce. Meaning, you know, basically we have increased contribution rates for employees, we actually defer COLAs, things of that sort. The cost.
Have we had any discussions with the organized labor about today's the new day? We've seen 6 months of turmoil throughout the planet, and we have to address reality. Has there been any discussions about maybe a second tier for new hires or some kind of an adjustment where individuals have to put more money in rather than just on the taxpayers' back? Have we had those discussions?
Those discussions are beginning, and we've presented some information, and we'll present some more information to EERC on options.
Okay, but that's the big elephant, right? Isn't
Yes,
this the big bucks we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And we have a social commitment to our employees, a big one. I'm a strong supporter of the unions. I'm a strong supporter of everyone who's been part of the city family, those presently here and those that are retired. Is part of that issue also health care?
A big part of it is health care.
Well, talk about health care a little bit, would you?
Well, most certainly, as we look at both our current employees and retired employees, certainly a big cost driver that we've seen over the last 10, 15 years, just the double-digit increases in healthcare costs. Those have subsided somewhat recently, but still those costs have been skyrocketing over the last several years, and certainly we bear a big burden of that cost.
Yeah. Well, this is where my hope, this new Hope and Change in Washington, who talks about national health care. Look, corporate America can't provide health care for its people anymore. They've gotten rid of it. And government is in a tough spot because we serve the people. So we need a national health plan that takes that burden away from local government. Would that be good? And also take the pain away from private sector.
I think any good news out of Washington that looks at universal health care would be beneficial to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as Mr. Garcetti said, this is the first in a series of discussions we need to have in the open here. I am totally committed to our workforce and totally committed to our retirement plan, but now we have to look at the moment we're in and how we transition to the next moment. Otherwise, we will cut basic services that are basic to society, and we can't do that. We have to find a way to continue to have services and continue to take care of ourselves. So I think it's just wonderful we're having this discussion, but we have to keep doing this for the next couple of months and really figure out where we are and where we need to go. I think all options are on the table. The mayor's mumbling about privatization of this, that, and the other, and so on and so forth. All these discussions have started, frankly, and we need to be more open and obviously more transparent and more in the public interest as we do it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I understand when we look at this, we've kind of not glossed over it, that's not an accurate position, but we're looking next year at an additional $500 million in addition to this year's $433, correct?
Yes, basically we have remaining 33 this year, roughly about 430 next year in 2009-10, and 10-11 it's an additional $500 million on top of that 430. To close to $1 billion.
And you were saying, I think, that it was pension-related, a lot of that.
Yes, that is correct. Basically, if the market, if basically both systems are down in asset value, roughly about 25%, in 10-11, we're looking at close to $500 million increase as far as the city's contribution to those plans.
Okay. And maybe what we can do is have a separate presentation, Mr. President, on pensions as well to understand. I serve on the Budget Committee as well, and it is an eye-opener, and I think the challenge for all of us is to understand the big picture and why some of these tough decisions we're having to make are so critically important, as outlined by everyone here today. And it's why, Mr. Parks, and we were just chatting about we adopted the motion that said if you take things out, you have to identify revenue or cuts to replace that, because it is going to take each of us to understand what those implications are going to be, and that we may even in the future have a discussion here in Budget Committee and then a budget here in Council, and then maybe have another one the next day so people kind of understand everything. I think the difficulty for some is that this is a big document. We in Budget Committee have an opportunity to have a public hearing and a long discussion about each of these items that are before us. And as mentioned, this is not the worst. We're still seeing more. And the good news is we still have their AAA rating, and several other municipalities and states can't claim that as we can in the city of Los Angeles because we've made some of those tough decisions. But colleagues, it is important to note that this is just the beginning of what we're going to have to do, and we're going to have to go back to our priorities and the basics. If I can ask the chief, and what I believe I heard earlier was a recommendation on the managed hiring aspect of it, that go back to committee because thus far we had not identified a specific cost savings in that. Is that correct? Maybe that's a question of CAO, CLA, and then come back to you on this. Is that what
Well,
That was the recommendation of Mr.
The recommendation is to send it back to committee. I think that there is low attrition in the areas we're talking about. This year, at most, it would be about $100,000. Next year, it would be up to about $500,000. So the savings are not large. But yes, the recommendation was to send it back to committee to look at that.
Yes, and I think what we're all saying is, we know everything is on the table, but if you'd said to us, this is a $2 million savings going to get us there, then that might be different, but $100,000, and without us being able to understand all the ramifications of that, I think is what we're hearing here. But what I heard you say, Chief, was that you had, as all departments have been asked, to help find money and to come up with plans and ideas forward, that there were some recommendations you had that were not considered to help meet that gap. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
It kind of goes back, the beginning of the year, we had 18 EMS captains positions that were unfunded.
Right.
We were asked to find in our budget to be able to fund those. We found, in my view, adequate and more than adequate money to cover the cost of those, plus a $3.8 million lawsuit that was imposed on the department. Some of those items have been considered. Other items, the money was acquired by the city, but not put toward
You said
our
that
deficit.
acquired, yeah, okay.
Not put toward our deficit, and that was the point I was trying to make, that in the report that's being presented today, it says the reason for the managed hiring aspect was because the department still shows a deficit. And my position is, if you take into consideration all the things we put forward, from the cost savings, for example, closing the one class of the drill tower, as in addition to the revenue we're going to generate by charging DWP for hydrants, I can go on and on. The money we're getting back from the deployment we did on the hurricanes, you consider all that, it covers our deficit, including the 3.8. And so, again, the statement that we need to do managed hiring because we're in a deficit, the department's in a deficit, my position is we're not in a deficit. And so I think that's a misstatement. Now, if it is considered that we need to go into a managed hiring position, I think there should have been some dialogue and meetings between the CAO and the fire department to talk about, if we do managed hiring, what the impact's going to be. That discussion hasn't taken place.
And I think that's what the CAO and CLA are hearing, and you're hearing today, is that everyone is concerned about what those ramifications would be. And again, if it's just a $100,000 savings that they're talking about, I'm sure you will also go back and look and see if there's any other $100,000 that we can look and see in the fire department to cover that. But so I think that the sense will be that we're going to go back on the managed hiring just to ensure we understand ramifications, cost savings specifically, and have that dialogue here in the City Council, because I think that is important as we talk about providing the services necessary. That being said, I think you've heard all of us and the departments that are represented here today that this is not going to be pretty, and that what is coming, when the mayor presents his budget, and with the leadership of our president and budget chair and others, we, meeting weekly to talk about that, and EERC meeting frequently to talk about it, that we're not going to wait, as it has occurred in the past years, till the mayor hands his budget to us, and then we have 6 weeks to determine that there is going to be that dialogue between mayor, council, and the departments to resolve that. But it is going to be something, just as we as individuals and families are making those tough choices. So I know a lot of people have already tightened the belt, and it's getting squeezed a bit. But it's going to be squeezed a little bit harder for us to be able to address that. Okay. So just so from the COCLA, and I know I'm over, sorry, Mr. Garcetti, the action items that are before us today, there's been no other recommended changes. Again, there's been a lot of discussion up and down. Right now, it's the one item is to refer the fire department managed hiring back to the department, but otherwise, there's been no other amending recommendations today. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Excuse me, there is motion 17A, Parks motion relative to the managed hiring process on the criteria.
Right. Okay. Mr. Alico?
First of all, let me make it clear, I absolutely agree with every word that our President Garcetti expressed. And I don't want to be misinterpreted, because voting for my amendment will approve probably 95% of the savings that are being recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee, or more. The savings, and I think we do have a responsibility to scrutinize the budget and to trim where responsible. But $100,000 saving this year, $500,000 savings next year projected for this, I think that's actually inflated, is not going to get us out of the $100 million problem that we face next year. And if it is, then let's just make it $100,500,000 that we have to find next year. Now, in the course of serving on this council for 8 years, and even before that in working for the city for 5.5 years as an analyst, I've been through hiring freezes, reduced budgets. You know, I've probably voted to cut hundreds of millions of dollars. What I am proposing here is not to avoid the task that we have to reduce this budget and to create the savings necessary to get us through next year. What I am simply proposing is that we don't have sufficient information to support the cuts that are proposed for the fire department, and that I believe that if we had to find $100,000 in this year's budget, $500,000 in next year's budget, we could perhaps find it elsewhere. That's why I want to send it back to committee for further review, and I think public safety should have heard this issue on the substance of what is the programmatic effect of these reduced, this item, because that has not been considered by public safety. So I ask that we, yes, we take on the task as we move forward of cutting the budget. My amendment does not shy away from that. It, in fact, embraces 95% of the cuts that are being proposed here. And it merely sets aside the discussion about the cuts to the fire department that I believe the public does not want us to have. I also want to say, finally, when we held off those 18 fire captain positions, we did the absolute right thing, because every single one of them was deployed in the fires that occurred just a few months ago. And I believe as a result of that, lives were saved. So let's move forward with the cuts that are non-essential in terms of services that we are cutting. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater by cutting services that I believe could have a negative strategic impact on our fire service if we should have other major disasters, or if we are in need of those strategic thinkers when we're fighting major fires, not necessarily disasters. So I urge you to support my amendment. It doesn't say we're not going to do it. It merely defers it, sends it back to the two committees that can consider it further and come back. But I believe if we work hard, we can find the additional $600,000 and get us through next year, and the $100 million. We're going to have to do it, so we'll do it. But I don't think we should do it right now on the backs of our public safety personnel.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I realize that this discussion is based on this action, but this very action is an example of one item and one budget and one department. And we've been talking about this for almost over an hour. And I realize, Councilman Alarcon, that this is not going to solve the $1 billion deficit, the kind of struggle that we're going to have that has yet to have been seen in the city's history. But I think instead of panicking and looking at this doom and gloom message, is that we are in a position to ask our departments and our personnel that we can take some level of control if we choose to step out of our comfort margins. Yesterday in Plum, I had a briefing and a presentation from three to four different departments who are looking at how to move urban design guides in downtown. And thanks to the hard work of Councilmember Perry, of Councilman Huizar, the departments put forth a strategy on how to cut down approval time, how to connect the departments to speak to each other so that the customer, those who would want to invest in the city, would actually save time because they actually agreed. But it required 4 to 5 different departments to step out of their fiefdom, actually talk to each other, use technology, and move this to a place that was going to be much more efficient because of predictability. These are the types of changes we can recommend. We could challenge the departments to see. But more importantly, we can ask, we have a wealth of universities around us. Why aren't we connecting with them and asking them, what are other cities doing? What are other countries doing? Our economies rival states and countries. Why aren't we looking at other strategies? Now, we have approximately 120 days, about 4 months, correct, for this fiscal year. At that time, we have to address the deficits we've already indicated. I believe this council, and working with the mayor, and I understand the charter change, I understand we don't hire and fire department heads. That's not our role anymore as indicated by the charter. But nothing prevents us from engaging our communities now and letting them know this is what's going to happen to our services. Make them aware of what is going to be projected and open the door and ask them, how can we work together to ease that pain? Because we are going to cut down to the bone. Now, I apologize for mentioning the departments I didn't mention before, but my main point was 35% of the personnel in our city payroll will have to be dealt with one way or another if we're going to meet that goal, correct?
That's correct.
And we're talking about 12 departments?
Well, we could actually eliminate up to 20 or so with the 400. I'll be happy to provide you a list, but it's a list.
I know it's a list. I've seen it. I don't want to be overly dramatic today, but when we have conversations on the side of the horseshoe, when we have folks not paying attention when it's our jobs on the line, it's about time that we literally sit up and focus on our charge as chairpersons of respective committees, really look at our departments and see where we can actually look at these types of savings, but I'll actually engage our community stakeholders and let them know that this is really going to happen. And how do they see themselves working with us? I'd hate to see those seniors losing their meals. Parents won't be able to go to work because there's no child care. The latchkey kids will be much more victimized by the gang culture because there's nowhere to play. And we're dealing with the police challenge. So, colleagues, I'm laying this out because we have to look at our roles, I believe, in a different light and engage our stakeholders and look at every sector of the economy and say, what's the role we can play together? Because if we don't, then the inevitable will happen, and it's about time we understand that reality. So I thank you for this time, Council President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. I wasn't going to speak until you referenced the city charter. You're absolutely right. The city charter went through some changes, and one of them is when it comes to department heads, the mayor can fire, subjected to somebody trying to appeal it to the council, but we cannot fire, the city council cannot directly fire a department head. But speaking to the charter, the city budget is the responsibility of the legislative body, not the mayor. Same thing with Sacramento. Even though you might read in the papers Arnold Schwarzenegger's budget, the governor. No, it's the budget of the legislature. The governor sends his message, his documents, or what have you to the legislature, and the legislature could do two things. The custom and practice is they receive it and they use it as the basis, the starting point for the budget process. But they could take it and say, thank you very much, Governor. You are not a legislator, you're an administrator. Set it aside and start from scratch in some other place. But they don't. That's not the custom and practice. Same here with the city of Los Angeles. The custom and practice is the governor makes the mayor makes his budget statement, and then the mayor provides that information to the council. The custom and practice of the council, Mr. Chairman, Parks, has been and continues to be that we take that and start that as the basis, correct? But we are not required, it's my understanding, we are not required to use that language as the basis. We could substitute it in its entirety and start from a totally different place. So the reason why I'm explaining that is because all too often when you read the newspapers or listen on the radio or what have you, they use generic terminology that is not accurate to the truth. The truth of the matter is this is the body that makes the budget. Let me give you an example. We can't fire directly someone who currently holds the position of a department head. in the city of Los Angeles. But through the budget process, we could actually eliminate a department, and therefore, that position has been eliminated. We can consolidate, we can move things around or what have you, we can relabel, we can do all of those kinds of things. So the fact of the matter is, the real responsibility and authority when it comes to the budgeting of the budget of the city of Los Angeles lies within this body. Thank God we have a relationship with the administrative elected in the city, which is the mayor, and we work together. We have some custom and practice. We do use his original budget statements as the basis, etc., but it is not a requirement. So the bottom line is, all I'm getting at in my statement is this. None of us has the right to make excuses. The mayor doesn't have the right to make an excuse because the budget does in fact go through his hands after the city council passes a budget. So he doesn't have the right to make excuses if things don't go well, if we can't balance a budget, and we, the council members, as individuals and as a body, don't have the right to make excuses and say, I don't know what happened. I just want to make clear that. Thank you.
Mr. Tom LaBonge.
I just wanted to make another note on all the things here on the implementation of the clustering factor for recreational parks. Could you explain that, Ray?
I believe earlier this year the department came up with a proposal on how they could perhaps reduce costs on a go-forward basis. I refer to it as the clustering proposal. What we do have in the report, we had recommended the department look at that, seriously look at that and move forward. From my perspective, whether that on the policy level is the best method to do that, I believe that we need to prepare ourselves for next year, and thus that I'm recommending that the department find a way, whether it is through the clustering proposal or some other methodology, to reduce our costs this year.
Well, members, I just wanted to say that out loud again so you and your deputies could focus on this, because it may happen and not, this is action today that we're taking. So know what is right and what is wrong on that. On the issue of the libraries, what do you have proposed for the libraries?
Nothing at this point. We've actually made some adjustments early in this year, and we're what we believe to be is at the charter limit, and we don't believe we can reduce.
Explain the charter limit, because the library has special status, which is good.
That's correct. They are one of those departments that are in the charter, and per the charter, and forgive me for not knowing, quoting the section, but per the property tax assessment, there is a rate, and they are required to receive a general fund appropriation.
On that rate. Good, thank you. And the Arts Department?
The Cultural Affairs, right. There is an ordinance in the ad code that gives them 1% of the TOT, the hotel tax.
Right. We all have to do our part. I do want to ask one question, though. Mr. Weiss, with Mr. Alarcon's motion, how fast would it come back to council with the review of the police department, fire department matters?
I mean, yeah, fast. I mean, I think there's a recess, so I don't know how it works with the schedule, but other than that, yeah.
It'll probably be 2 weeks. I know many of us will be at Kenny Gardner's funeral on Monday, so it won't be Monday, but you would think, I know Mr. Smith, who was passionate and would fight for police and fire to the end. How soon, because you were giving big numbers, Greg, how soon do you think this has to come back? Mr. Alarcon's request that it be reviewed by police and fire. Mr. Serrano, how soon?
You know, truthfully, this is an issue that we put on the table to prepare for next year. While there's 330 positions, if there's perhaps 10 that may not be as critical, that don't need to be filled, my thinking is basically we can move those 10 to where there's vacancies for basically the fixed post positions, and there's over 1,100 fixed post positions. Perhaps in the department, we have to give them credit, they did a good job with coming up, deferring one of the recruit training classes. But next year, because attrition has fallen, and if there's vacancies in basically the platoon duty positions, and we can move some individuals into there, then perhaps we don't have to have 5 recruit training classes next year.
That's for the police.
I'm sorry, that was for fire.
For fire? Well, all this taken into consideration, should we have this discussion and have it back by the 1st of April? If today's March 4th, knowing that some recess and some other things. So, Mr. Weiss, 1st of April? Could have it back?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would just ask that if whatever you vote in your conscience, that you vote on accurate information. If you read the report, there's not one cut in the fire department's budget. All we recommended is that on 300 positions that are not field-related, that deal with positions such as planning, community liaison, inspectors, and positions, internal affairs, when they become vacant, that the fire department comes to the CAO and discuss this before they fill them. That is the only requirement in this report. I would ask that if we want to send that segment back to committee, that we also follow the recently approved rule motion and find funds to replace whatever comes out of that decision. This report, there's 70-plus pages. There's probably something in which you and others and many people can find a sentence, a line, and a period that you disagree with. This is a report that is for 4 million people in the city of L.A. and 40,000 city employees that we're trying to bring a budget in line. Since our last report 2 months ago, our costs have increased, the deficits in departments have increased, and our revenues continues to drop. So we can quibble over whether these 300 positions should go to the CAO, but the real issue is there's $6 million shortfall in the fire department's budget. That is the most significant issue that if you and others don't solve, along with the Budget and Finance Committee, that is going to be a major hit on a variety of programs. We hope that with the items that's coming for budget before this council soon, we'll eliminate about $2 million of that. That still leaves $3.8 million of deficit in the budget that's got to be resolved by the 30th of June. So we can quibble over this $100,000. The real issue is where is the $3.8 million that they're still in deficit. The other issue is I think that it's important that we listen to the CAO and the CLA about what the options are. If you're going to eliminate 20 departments in the city and not fill the budget deficit, we're wasting our time fiddling with $100,000 when all we're doing is setting up a process for managed hiring. And that's all it's set up to do. So if we want to spend a lot of time on that, we can send it to committee. From the conversations in the committee, I can tell you from Budget and Finance, I don't know if you're going to get a different result because we do need a managed hiring. You need a process to send these requests through because one of the things that's very clear in the budget, in the report to the Budget and Finance Committee, while we were waiting for the managed hiring process to kick in for this year, the city's commitment to pensions and medical plans went up because the entire city was over TO while waiting for the process to kick in. We can continue to do that if we choose, except that we're running out of time in the sense of this year with 3 or 4 months left and then trying to get into the budget. We also appreciate the date certain that we can have the public safety and budget come back on this issue. But again, it is not a cut in the fire department. It's merely a process for hiring. And if you look at the positions, none of them leave by accident. Many of them are by promotion. Many of them are noticed, and it would require the fire department to give a phone call to the CAO before they're filled. And so I would ask that we approve the Budget and Finance report as presented. I'd also ask that we approve item 17A, which is the amendment to the revised hiring criteria. We did not go through a process this year and identify every possible position that could be exempt. We created criteria that would give the CAO and the CLA and the mayor's office some idea of what fits the criteria and what would be something that they would look at very quickly and what needs more review.
Mr. Parks, excuse me for a moment. Mr. Alarcon has a point of clarification.
Point of clarification. If you are offering a friendly amendment to my motion to...
No, I was joking. That was a joke. The issue is we'll send it back to committee because the issue...
No, but if I could finish my point. If you are offering a friendly amendment to have the Public Safety Committee find the replacement money, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
The thing is, we kind of look at the budget clearly. I don't know where you find $100,000 just laying around. So, I mean, I don't know if budget can't find it, I don't know if public safety can find it. I was joking when I said that.
I would insert that in my amendment in any case, if I can get a second.
We can send it back to the committee, but the real issue, I think, is trying to cut the larger budget. I'd also ask, as a verbal amendment, to ask the CAO and the CLA to come to budget on March 9th with very specific recommendations as to how we close the $35 million deficit for this year. And as before we get into the review of the mayor's budget starting April the 20th. So that would be my recommendation. We can send any sentence or item out of these 70 pages back. But I can tell you from the 5-hour meeting we had the other day, most of all of it will come back with these recommendations because it's managing the whole city process, not looking at any one particular item. And we believe everybody's special, including the 4 million people that reside in the city of L.A. And again, we can take issue with any one of these, but this is a plan to manage the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl, were you going to?
I had added, if we could, just a report back, that we have a report back, I don't remember, Mr. President, went to have a special presentation on our pensions. So probably go to budget, finance, and then come back to the council, but that we amend to say that we'll have a special presentation on the pensions in Los Angeles.
Okay. There's no one else on the queue. Madam Clerk, we have items up for the vote.
Yes, Mr. President, you have Alarcon Hahn motion, and that was regarding the managed hiring process of the fire department to be sent back to committee, and that would be public safety and budget and finance, and also for public safety in that to find the dollars for that.
Okay, would it be appropriate, Mr. Parks, also send that to personnel?
I guess you can. I mean, it will probably come back well after April, but it's a criteria of assessing filling positions. So it could have a link to...
So why don't we also have that directed to the 3 committees, public safety, budget, finance,
Being I'm on all 3 committees, I'll have to hear it 3 times.
No, we could do a joint committee and resolve that, so you don't have to make 3 appearances. But your presence is always welcome. So we have that up for the vote. Open the roll.
Did you just that amendment first?
On the amendment, we have that clarified. No objection to the amendment. Open the roll.
Yeah, there are no.
Close the roll. We set?
President, there are objections to the amendment, so you should vote on the amendment first by itself? Okay.
The amendment for Mr. Alarcon?
The other one was accepted. Do you want to stay with the amendment is one more time, Madam?
That would be to send the managed hiring process of the fire department back to committees, and those would be public safety, personnel, and budget and finance, and also for public safety to find the dollars to compensate for that.
Point of
The
clarification.
term managed hiring anymore?
I'm sorry?
Are you still referring to it as managed hiring?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Parks?
It's not the committee still.
I mean, but I think we need to label it, because I think in the report we actually say eliminate the managed hiring process, but we're creating a streamlined process through the CAO's office.
All right, so now we're going to vote on the amendment. Mr. Labange, another amendment, Mr. Labange.
That it come back by April
Fool's Day?
The first week in April. Just I don't want to say.
How about April 1st?
The first full week in April.
Okay. On the amendment, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
The matter passes.
And now the matter is before council as amended, and that would be including 17A and also the reports back, including Ms. Gruhl's request to have a special presentation on pensions.
And the first week of April.
Yes.
That matter is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That matter passes. Thank you. Thank you. Item number 26, please. A special request on item number 26.
26, please, Mr. President.
We did 26. We're on 26 now.
Okay.
We're calling for 26. As your request has been granted, sir. Thank you.
You are a most beneficent president, and I appreciate your good work.
The shortest president in history.
So thank you very much. Colleagues, one of the worst part of the foreclosure crisis is that individuals and companies that pose as foreclosure consultants to unsuspecting homeowners that face foreclosure take money from them while doing little to actually help them keep their homes. And this motion today addresses that. We've heard stories where scammers will ask for upfront fees of up to $4,000, tell homeowners to stop making mortgage payments, and are never heard of again. It's thanks to organizations like East LA Community Corporation that these cases have been resolved and homeowners have kept their homes, but there are still far too many scams out there. Today's action asks the city attorney to create an ordinance regulating foreclosure consultants that attempts to help homeowners prior to the filing of a notice of default. So right now, while state law regulates how these consultants operate once a notice has been filed and a homeowner is already delinquent on their mortgage payments, scammers are free to prey on families that are not yet late but foresee trouble in the coming months and want to engage in some sort of workout. Those folks that we most want to touch right now and help are those same ones that are being preyed on. So today's action will be the first step in changing that. Loan modification is at the heart of the President's foreclosure strategy, but making sure that families are going to the right places is crucial. As I mentioned, we have some very qualified organizations like the East LA Community Corporation, LA Neighborhood Services, and Operation Hope, with whom we have worked to help counsel thousands of families in need. And this council should be pretty proud that we're actually out in front, as proud as anybody can be in the midst of this crisis, that we were out 2 years ahead of this when we saw the tip of the iceberg, and we really set up one of the first programs to help folks with these workouts. We need to lift these qualified consultants up as examples where families can go when they see trouble coming down the road. You'll hear a lot about this over the next several weeks. If you're going to engage in a foreclosure workout, do not pay an upfront fee. Again, for the public, if you're working out your mortgage to avoid foreclosure, do not pay an upfront fee and insist on having a contract. This legislation will make these actions the law of our city. Additionally, it provides incentives for the private sector to go after these scammers, so when the ordinance comes back to council, we'll get to work with the message out about the new laws in Los Angeles and ensure that homeowners know and companies know their rights and responsibilities. In addition, I want to thank Councilmember Wesson, our great chair of our Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, for helping us address this issue in an expeditious manner, and I urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
I rise to express my gratitude to Councilmember Garcetti for introducing this motion. It was my pleasure to second it, and to Councilmember Wesson. This is a critical problem in our community. There are people who are gouging other folks who are in dire straits relative to the foreclosure process by taking their money under the auspices of being able to save their home. The worst part of it is not the taking of the money. The worst part is that they're not helping them save their home whatsoever. And valuable time that could be used with a good organization that is negotiating is lost because these people are acting as if they're doing something when in fact they're doing nothing and they are damaging these folks. I believe that the individuals, that there's an opportunity for a class action against organizations that are doing this because they are causing damage. People are losing their homes because they are not addressing their foreclosure issue with methods of mediation and compromise that could be deployed because they believe these people are helping them. And all they're doing is gouging their money. So this is something that not only we need to do, we also want to support Senator Ron Calderon's SB 94, which would implement this essentially on a statewide basis. But we've got to stop these people from creating pain where there's already a tragedy. So thank you, Mr. Garcetti. I strongly support this. And just this morning, I got a call from somebody else who's going through the foreclosure process, and hopefully they will avoid one of these gougers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon, and thank you for your leadership in this area and for your second on the motion. With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That instruction will move forward to the city attorney, and thank you to the city attorney for their expeditious work on this too. As always, we appreciate that. Mr. Rosenau, we're going to do 34 through 36 next? Yep. We can take, you want to take those up together, correct? Or you want to go in order?
would like
Okay.
to.
So if we can take up without objection 34 through 36, that will be our next items.
We'd like to have you come on up to the table. We're going to give you all a peek, look again at the airport and what we're doing at the airport and where it's all heading. This is an update on it, and obviously I'm going to, and Mr. Labange and I are going to be talking about this. Roger, introduce yourself and tell us what 34 is.
All right, good afternoon. Roger Johnson, Deputy Executive Director for Los Angeles World Airports. The first one that you have before you today, and I apologize.
It's item 34.
Right. Is for a change order to a contract with Clark McCarthy, a joint venture that is currently doing the modernization of the Tom Bradley International Terminal. As some of you may remember, when this contract was first awarded, there was a value engineering exercise that went in place, and a lot of this project that was actually involved in enhancing the visitor experience and in enhancing and making this a more attractive terminal were value engineered out of the contract, so that the bulk of the work being done is behind the walls. It's new baggage systems, it's new infrastructure, new IT infrastructure. What we want to do with this contract and with this change order is we've added some work where we will be enhancing the mezzanine level where the concessions are. We will be enhancing and adding additional concessions, both food and beverage as well as retail, into the meters and greeters area and in the arrival hall and baggage claim, so that when we open and complete the modernization project in 2010, next year, that there will be a noticeable enhancement to the visitor experience when they arrive in the city of Los Angeles.
Now, was this a redesign of it, and that's why it's costing us an additional figure, $27.9 million, or are we adding things? What have we done differently?
We are adding scope to the original contract. So this is work that was not in the original bid price that Clark McCarthy bid. Again, what we're trying to do right now is enhance the visitor experience at Tom Bradley concurrently with the modernization.
Very good.
Program.
And so they will stay in place after the project
That's
is complete?
correct. These enhancements are not in the area that will get touched by the Tom Bradley West project.
Okay. Now, this modernization of Tom Bradley, bringing the new day, how much is it overall going to cost us, and are we on budget on that and on time?
We are on budget. The construction contract is about $570 million, somewhere in that area. So we are on budget and on time.
Okay. For the people who don't understand this, where's this money coming from?
This money is, most of this money is actually coming from airline revenue. These charges will go into our maintenance and operation, or the M&O rates to the airlines. It's also being funded partially by passenger facility charges. That is the passenger tax or the ticket tax that you see on your airline ticket, and concessions revenue and other airline revenue.
Very good. So clarity on this, when we talk about regionalism, one of the issues we talk about is how cheap it is to land at LAX, takeoff and landings. It's the cheapest major airport in America, but when we modernize it, which we haven't really done since 1984, these costs are passed on to the airlines, so then Ontario might become more of a destination, nonstop direct frequent flights out of there.
These charges will get passed on to the ticket carriers, and it will increase their M&O rates, yes.
Yeah. And as we just had that budget discussion, colleagues, has nothing to do with our city budget. This is separate funding coming from the airlines that is part of the process set up by the FAA.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Labange, you want to talk at all on this particular one? We're doing one at a time.
I think we should talk of all at least on this here. But as I think you said, everybody should know. I did push my button.
We've actually got Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Zine next, if you don't mind, if we go in order.
Okay. But we wanted to separate each of the three because they're separate projects, but great. Okay.
Okay, so we'll just have 34 before us then?
That's correct.
Okay.
We're
We'd
gonna go
asked
through all
about
three
whether to take them up together. Okay. Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker, and then Mr. Zine, and then Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I know Ms. Hahn's not here and she's worked really hard on this, but I want to thank you, Councilmember Rosendahl, for taking an opportunity to point out to the general public who's listening. I think it's very important, and I hope you continue to do that. When I chaired the committee, I tried to do it as much as possible, reminding the people of Los Angeles where the money's coming from for a $500 million renovation. When people misunderstand, they start to criticize, they start to think that we're spending $500 million just to make the place look pretty. It's not about looking pretty, although that's nice if you can get that along with the functionality and the safety of it. All of these renovations are post 9/11. The world has changed, and the fact of the matter is the money, as Mr. Rosendahl helped you point out, is the money's coming from the revenue in and involving the airport. This is not money that comes from taxpayers' property taxes. It's not money that comes from their income tax. It's not money that comes from a competing interest such as the general fund of the City of Los Angeles, where we pay for firefighters and police officers in parks and libraries. The money is self-contained within the activity at the airport. LAX Airport is a very busy airport. It's a very important airport. It's a regional airport, not only for Western United States, but for the world. And at the same time, it has the kind of activity, if properly managed, can pay for itself, even when we have $500 million renovations, $350, $375 million runways, things of that nature. So I just want to thank you so much for helping to clarify that. And unfortunately, we can't do that enough. I know we've talked a lot today, but the fact of the matter is I want to thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, for bringing that point up and continue to do so, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Zine.
Mr. President, good afternoon. The revenues at the airport, as I understand, flights are down, passenger traffic is down, inbound and outbound. How is that going to affect the revenues?
Well, eventually it will. Actually, we've been in a unique position because of some changes in the tariff rates that we've been charging, some settlements with the airlines, that this last year, actually, while activity was down, our revenues actually went up a little bit. Now, I think we all need to stress that it's not a sustainable level of effort when activities go down and revenues go up. But we are at a point right now where our revenues have actually increased. There has been an increase in concessions revenue. There's been some increases across the board in some other things like our car rental agency revenue. So the revenues are holding fairly strong. We do see activity continuing to go down. It dropped about 4.7% last year. Our January to January this year is down about 4.7%. So we do anticipate revenue will be decreasing at some point in time, fortunately.
So if the revenue decreases, where are you going to get the funds for this improvement?
Okay, we have a number of funding sources that we're looking at. For this improvement, the money is already in the bank.
Okay.
We have funding for this one. It's already there.
So the $550 million, that's there?
Correct, yeah.
And now future modernization?
The future modernization will be funded through a number of different mechanisms. We actually went out, we were fortunate, we went to the bond market back when there was a bond market and raised about $850 million in bonds. That money is in the bank. We will be using bond funds. We will be using airport revenue. Some of this will actually go back into the terminal rates and charges. It will go into the airfield landing fees, so we will pay for it through a combination of airport revenue, bond revenue, and then charges passed on to the airlines through M&O and landing fees. The last one that I want to mention is we are very aggressively pursuing a increase in the passenger facility charges so that we can raise that from its current cap of $450 to get more money through passenger facility charges.
So nothing will affect the general fund?
That's correct.
In the City of Los Angeles?
In fact, through our modernization program, we are providing a significant amount of money to various departments, building and safety, contract administration, and others for their support and their services in supporting us during this. So we are actually putting money into the general fund right now to help us through this modernization program.
And when the A380 comes about with more aircraft landing, more passengers, fewer aircraft, the landing fee is for the aircraft, not the passenger, is that correct?
That's correct. The landing fee is based on the landed weight of the aircraft. So the heavier the aircraft, the higher the landing fee. The passenger facility charge is based on the ticketed passengers that actually fly out of the airport. So the landing fee is based on weight of the aircraft, and the passenger facility charge is based on the number of passengers.
Flying out?
Flying out.
Okay, so when the A380 lands, that weight is going to be greater than, say, a 747?
That's correct, yes.
So we will receive additional revenues since they are going to bring in additional passengers in?
Yes, that's correct. To the extent the landed weight increases, then the airfield charges, which are landing fees, are based on landed weight, that will go up.
So the bottom line is you have funds, you got bond money, And none of this is going to impact the general fund?
That's correct. We will never go to the general fund for funding on this, so.
Or a tax upon the voters of the city of Los Angeles?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Call for the question.
Without objection, we'll go ahead and open the roll on 34.
Ask for a yes vote.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Let's take up 35. Mr. Rosendahl.
For that vote, and I appreciate the conversations we all had here. Mr. Cardenas, the bottom line is this is coming from the airlines, and this will cause regionalism to happen. That's been the problem. Everybody goes to LAX because it's the cheapest place to land. We got 25 million people in Southern California. The airlines don't care how long it takes you to get to the gate, as long as you get to the gate. We do on the ground. So this second project also impacts that, fees, that also impacts regionalism. Explain the second project.
The second motion that you have before you is to approve, actually, the executive director's report, which was written in support of what we call the Crossfield Taxiway Project, which is one of the, it's one of the projects that came out of the LAX master plan.
Explain what that is.
Under the Crossfield Taxiway itself?
Yes, what is it?
The Crossfield Taxiway is a new taxiway. It's the first one at the airport designed to a Group 6 aircraft design standard, which is the new Airbus A380, as well as the upcoming Boeing 747-800. It will be the first taxiway that actually was built and designed to accommodate the new generation of aircraft. The taxiway, when completed, will actually reduce taxi and idle time. It will reduce the congestion on the airfield, which has a positive environmental impact because it reduces emissions associated with taxi and idle time of the aircraft.
How long will it take to do?
We are, right now, it's about a 14-month schedule. We believe we can shrink that, but right now we have a 14-month schedule.
How much will it cost?
Right now, we have not yet awarded the contract. We had a $116 million contract estimate. I can tell you that the low bid, we're still going through the contractor responsibility process, but the low bid came in at a little under $82 million. So actually,
Can we get some economic stimulus money out of this? Some of the Obama money up there?
We are trying to get economic stimulus money on this, yes.
And we have a good chance at it? Is there anything we need to do as a city?
In our conversations with the FAA, this region only got $150 million of economic stimulus money that they have to share between here and Arizona.
Right.
So we have submitted a number of projects to them and asked them for their support. This is one we've asked for. There's a new aircraft fire and rescue station that we're also going to be looking for support on.
Yeah, good. I hope we do get some of that money. Last question has to do with the Westchester and Playa del Rey and the Englewood and Lenox and the other folks concerned about the emissions. The heavy diesel trucks do this. How are we going to mitigate that?
We have a very comprehensive emissions mitigation program that we committed to under the master plan. In fact, it's one that the California Air Resources Board has actually modeled their new off-road diesel rule on. We require state-of-the-art emission control devices on every piece of off-road equipment that comes onto the airport. So if there is a device available, whether it's required by CARB or not, we require it to be on the airport. As part of our community benefits agreement, we have an independent third-party monitor that actually works and reports directly to the LAX Coalition for Environmental, Economic, and Educational Justice. They monitor every piece of equipment that comes on the airport. They inspect it, and they do a report on a monthly basis to LA and to the coalition to ensure that we're doing everything we can to reduce emissions.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this project. It's another no-brainer. It brings us into the modern age. It is modernizing the airport. It does look at the future planes coming in and provide that taxiway. Again, colleagues, I would appreciate a yes vote on this.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? Mr. Lamont?
Oh, thank you. I just moved the question.
Thank you. Go ahead and please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 36, please. Mr. Rosendahl.
Direction, we're modernizing LAX. People are very happy about what the council has just done. Would you please explain what 36 is?
Certainly. Last year, we went out with a solicitation to hire a program management firm to help us with the modernization of LAX. Again, this is the largest public works project that this airport has ever undertaken. It requires expertise that goes beyond the expertise that we currently have available to us, both specialized expertise as well as what I'll say is short-term staffing issues where we need expertise for a short amount of time. When we entered into this contract, we did the selection for a year because we were not sure last year exactly what the program entailed. So we entered into a one-year contract with the firm of Dimjam Aviation with the intent that if their performance was adequate, we would modify the contract and extend it to a 6-year contract. I'm happy to report that their performance has been adequate, and we have negotiated now an extension to that contract. So we're asking for a 5-year extension to the contract that would increase it to a 6-year term. We're asking for a contract upper limit of $100 million, which our board will actually fund on an annual basis. We are only appropriating funds for this year, and we will look every year at the funding level that is needed based on the staffing requirements moving forward with the program.
Okay, before I go into the particulars of what we get for the $100 million, I'd like to ask City Attorney to come up real quickly and state for the record the process we went through, the openness and transparency, and why we are now giving them an additional $75 million.
Kelly Martin, City Attorney's Office. When we put this out to bid, we indeed contemplated that because we had not we had not fully defined what the work would be back when we were bidding it, that we would indeed go through this process. So it was open and transparent that we would be coming to the council twice to get approval, that we would do the contract and come back a year later for the approvals we are now asking for.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask the DMJM folks to come up real quickly? Hold my time, please. Tell us who you are for the record, and tell us what you envision happening to us. Come on up to this table. Over the next 4 additional years, what you accomplished in the first year, and why $100 million makes sense. Paint the picture.
Paint the picture. Well, first, I think the
Your name for the record?
Lauren Smith, Dimjam Aviation. The $100 million is obviously a lot of money. But when you put it in the context of the overall program of $3 billion, it's a relatively small sum. It just seems like a large amount because it's the first part that we're being asked to fund. What we've been doing for the last year is really defining the projects. I think we have some boards here.
Yes, if we could ask Channel 35 to get over to that board there and just look at this amazing modernization project that we're planning to do. It's going to cost us $3 billion, and this $100 million management fee will take us through it. If you could quickly describe what we see on these easels as they're coming up.
One of the things that I'd like to point out, first of all, is over the last year, the drawing that you will see over here is literally, this was our plan last year. If you see those 2 orange rectangles, our plan was to actually build the northern section of the midfield satellite with a connector to the Tom Bradley going underground. What we have been doing, what Dimjam has been helping us do over the last year, is to go from that schematic drawing over there with an orange rectangular square to what we have over here today, which is an architectural vision for the LAX of the future. So.
And quickly, could you explain how these next years will unfold in this modernization project?
Yes. Right now, we're doing the designs for the projects, and the first one out of the box was the Crossfield Taxiway that you just approved. The Tom Bradley expansion and modernization is the next phase. Those are the CM at risk contracts, so we asked for your approval a few months ago today. Right. That's going through the process. Mm-hmm. We'll be coming back to you for approval to award those contracts. And then as soon as the environmental process is completed, we'll actually start excavating, pouring concrete, and building the concourses to Tom Bradley, the new concourses, where the A380s will park. And then shortly behind that, we'll be expanding in the concession area, in the core part of Bradley. So those will be the next 2 major projects, well over $1 billion that will be coming to you in the course of the next year.
Mm-hmm. How does our people mover look? How does our midfield terminal look? How does our consolidated rental look? And how does the Green Line connecting work?
I'll defer to Roger on those. We haven't focused on those during this past year.
Very good. Thank you.
Right now, as far as the Green Line, well, first let me go with the midfield satellite. Right now, the midfield satellite, what we have done is we have done enough project definition on the midfield satellite to make sure that our design of the Tom Bradley International Terminal improvements are consistent with what we need to do to connect to the midfield satellite. So we've gone through what you call program definition to understand how the midfield connects to Tom Bradley. You can see from the map or from the picture of our model again, we have a unique concept on how we would connect passengers to the terminal. We are not, at this point in time, we do not have a schedule because candidly with our aviation activity going the direction it's going, we do not need to build the midfield satellite. So all I can tell you right now is it is not envisioned until sometime in the mid-teens at the very earliest, and that's going to be contingent on traffic. The Consolidated Rental Car Company, we've been moving forward on a study to look at the optimum location for the consolidated rental car, and I can tell you that right now the preliminary recommendations that are coming back are saying that it would probably make more sense to put it at Manchester Square than when we've built it today, where it's currently planned. And we will be looking at that as part of the specific plan amendment study process. We'd like to add that there. And that then ties into the consolidator, the automated people mover. All of that right now is really dependent on aviation activity increasing.
Right on. And the Green Line?
The Green Line, we are working very closely with MTA. As you're aware, we've been working on the Green Line Task Force. We have regular meetings with MTA to talk about not only the Green Line, but the Crenshaw Prairie Line, as well as the Gold Line extensions. And we are making sure that when they bring their rail to Los Angeles, that we will be ready with an intermodal transportation system of some kind to make sure that their passengers can get off of there and get to LAX.
Very good. And I want to let you know that Denny Snyder was here from RSAC, folks, but he had to go on to somewhere else. Totally enthusiastic about that project we just approved before about putting in that field there. But all of Westchester is watching carefully because modernization is where we're at, expansion is where we're not at. And if we can keep that focus. Will we get a report, Roger, from the consultants every 6 months? What's the time frame for the council to see how that management fee works?
We can bring you a report every 6 months.
Okay, so we would like a report back every 6 months. We'd like you to come and dance for your supper and explain to us what you've accomplished at that moment and what you're planning in the next 6 months.
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Colleagues, I think this is an exciting moment. We had a tough moment when we talked the budget before, but what we're talking about here is modernizing LAX, bringing it into the 21st century, and getting regionalism really in gear. I want to thank everybody for your presentations. I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. I know modernization, safety is so important, but the numbers at LAX have gone down because of the challenge of world travel, right?
That's correct.
Where are we, let's say at 2000, how many were there at 2000?
2000, we were up around, I believe, 68 million
68
annual
million, and where are we now in 2009?
59 million annual passengers.
59?
59.
59.
Yes.
So
we ended last
on
year
that
less
being
than
said,
60. Yeah.
And it's also good, I'm so happy that, and you and I both agree, high-speed rail is coming one day. They will circulate it all. But this is important jobs that are taking place there. So I just wanted to ask just a couple of things. How do you let the public know this is happening? And is there any way you can work with the airlines that they have a little disc they throw in as they approach LAX that tells the people who are not just visiting here, but mostly residents, that LAX has become a safer, more modern facility?
We are just now starting to work on a public relations campaign, kind of a Pardon Our Dust campaign, to really get the word out on what we're doing now. So once the first projects are approved and we get moving on this, we will have a very aggressive public information campaign.
Will that include in possibly as you somewhere over in the Mojave Desert coming into Los Angeles that they say, a 3-minute what LAX is doing? Is that possible?
It may be. We would have to coordinate with the airlines and with the FAA on what's allowable on airline messaging.
I do that. And also on the queue, work with our sister agency of yours, Water and Power, to get a little mailer in their rotation that would just say that and direct people to a website. And this is another Public Works. As you drive in another public improvement by the Department of Airports, go to the website or go to station 1643 on your AM dial or whatever the case may be, because you got to give them the information and knowledge of the power that it is making a difference. So I want to thank everybody that's involved and Dim Jim to watch to make sure it works right, which is so key. We have that expertise is there and many projects you've done in the past. have been successful, and we want to keep that record there. And thank everybody to make the passenger experience easier for people to go through the challenge. The horrible thing about 9/11 is it took away a lot of rights from people, and it took away a lot of challenges as we move in this area here. And the experience of going through an airport should be made a safe experience, but not a threatening experience to the people as it is. 22 people have ruined the world in that attack on that day, and we think of all the victims, but it has impacted. This will change that. And I also remember the tragedy we had, I think, in '94 with a airline mishap there, which will change that potential. We don't want ever to have an accident again, God willing, and all the strength to all those who work at the airport and who fly in those airplanes to keep them safely in and out of L.A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. That is our last speaker on the queue. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your work. Next item.
Be known as Tibbet. I wanted Tom Bradley. That's the name. Tibbet is an acronym. It's Tom
Thank you very
Bradley.
much. If we can take up the next item called special.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 24, and that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon. Actually, as we're going to take that up, can we actually, I think on item 44, there's a recommendation to move that forward. Mr. City Clerk, if you want to walk us through the recommendation there.
Yes, Mr. President, that's a settlement in the case of Mercury Casualty as surrogate of Rodeo Partnership, and the settlement amount is $650,000.
Okay. Can you call the roll for this? Let's open the roll on this one. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That settlement recommendation is approved. Let's call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Grullon, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 14 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. First order of business.
This is...
Okay. We have item 45 before us. We do have a desire to call that special, Mr. Cardenas, correct? Do you want to call it special? Okay. So do you want to, Mr. Alarcon, do you want to go back and take 24? Okay. All right. Then we'll come back to 45. All right. So let's recess the special and head back to the regular meeting. Now that we're back in the regular meeting, I'd like to recognize Mr. Alarcon, item 24.
Members, I'd like to ask the Housing Department to step forward. This is an item of outside legal counsel that the department would like to budget for the next 2 years at $550,000. And anytime there's outside legal counsel, this is an extension of an existing contract, so I don't understand what the original reasons were. Maybe it was here before I was here, I'm not sure. But I also am wondering why our city attorney staff can't handle it. So those are all the traditional questions. If we could have the Housing Department explain to us what exactly this is for.
Sure. Good afternoon, Yolanda Chavez with the Housing Department. This outside legal counsel contracts and RFP have been in existence since 1998. And if the city attorney, unless I'm mistaken, but it's 1998. And we use this account, and you should know that we use it very sparingly because we haven't transferred money to the account for the last 3 years, and we use it when there's a need for outside counsel. On our current housing team within the city attorney's office, and I have to say they're extremely hardworking, 2 of which are sitting next to me here to my left, we only have 1 litigator on that team. So when there's a challenge, either to one of our programs or one of our ordinances, we need to be able to defend that and defend it on behalf of the city. So this is the purpose for this outside legal counsel account.
And the amount, is it, what has it been in the past years? And how much has been expended per year?
I'll have the city attorney, do you know? You don't have those numbers. We can get you those numbers. Do you know, Rico? No. We can get you those numbers in terms of what they were. One of the reasons that we've actually have the need to challenge or to transfer money into this account at this point is we're in the middle of a major suit in federal court. and that's part of the reason that we have the need now to transfer some money into the account.
Which,
Well, I would rather not discuss it because it is in litigation. If you would like a briefing on it, we
you
could...
can't name the matter?
Oh, the name of the suit? It's a Cecil Hotel lawsuit against the residential hotel ordinance.
And the city attorney concurs, we do not have in-house counsel that would be in a position to fight that for the city? I'm still concerned about the amounts of money. How does $550,000 over the next 2 years compare to the previous years?
We can, I apologize, we can get that information to you as soon as possible.
Is there any reason why this has to move forward before Friday?
I think you could wait until you get that information, but we would need to move quickly on the item only because, like I said, we are in the middle of litigation.
If we could just wait 2 days, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
If we could continue this matter just for 2 days. Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask a question. Maybe I'm confused now, if it's okay, Mr. Allen. You're not asking to spend $550,000, are you?
No.
What are you asking for? I mean, maybe if you explained it. Basically, this is not, that we pay no retainers or anything like that. This is a pay as you go. Out of this $500,000, we may spend $75,000 or less or a little more. We vetted this in the Housing Committee, and I was comfortable with moving this forward. I do have a concern that we're unable to indicate how much money that we've spent in the past, but I can understand that because they have not spent any money in 3 years. So what I would suggest is if you can find out, this has been in place since '98?
Right.
So from '98 to, what was that, to 2005, if they could give that information to you, and if we could move forward, though, on the existing request. There is a very, I mean, they have one litigator for the entire department, and this Cecil Hotel lawsuit, we just got to deal with it.
2 days.
What?
2 days.
Yeah, but I'm on it, Richard.
I was just...
I'm on it. We thoroughly vetted. I mean...
I'm confident I'll get the information whether this moves forward or not. I think, but the normal course of action is just to...
And I think as the councilman stated, Councilman, we're not asking to expend this money, it's just to have that in the account, because we're, even after, hopefully if we win this lawsuit or settle, whatever happens, we always have challenges to ordinances, and we need this, and whenever it's needed.
Members, maybe I should just give you some background. As the state senator and vice chair of the State Legislative Audit Committee, I conducted a couple of audits on outside counsel. I have a particular problem with the amount of money that is spent for outside counsel. I attempted to audit the city attorney's office. Prior to that, we did audit the MTA and found that their outside counsel had grown enormously in just a short period of time. So this is just a little bugaboo that I have, that I just want to make sure that we cross every T and dot every I to make sure that it is for the standard reasons for going to outside counsel. It's not just a slush fund to pay off friends who are attorneys.
Right, and just one...
And I have every confidence that that's the case. I just would like to have the information first. So if we could just delay it for 2 days, I anticipate I will support this. I don't have any problem with that.
Mr. President, why don't I suggest this? Why don't we delay it till Tuesday? Get the information to Mr. Cardinal. I mean, to Mr. Allen.
Well, I think that's far too long.
Does that work for you? I want us to take care of all of his bugaboos, okay? So I would support them coming back Tuesday, give them enough time to give you the information you need. So I would support a continuance till Tuesday. Okay?
And just one more point of information, Councilman Alarcon, we actually lost one of our litigators last year through the budget process, so that's part of the issues that we're having, budget issues.
Thank you. Mr. Zine, do you still want to talk?
Questions regarding this? You mentioned there's one litigator in the city attorney's office to handle this.
No, I'm sorry, one litigator on our housing team.
One litigator on your housing team from the city attorney's office.
Right.
Okay,
That
deputy
works
city
on
attorney
housing,
assigned
yes.
to the housing team.
Right.
Okay. How many lawsuits do you fall under for that one litigator?
Oh, I can tell you that she has a very heavy caseload. I don't have the exact number, but...
You could bring that also.
Yes. And I should also say she really does a wonderful job in terms of collecting money for us when we go after...
That's great, but when we look at that type of expenditure, and you may have been here for the earlier conversation on the fact that the city's running out of money to provide services.
Right.
We obviously look at that and say, what is the purpose of that? Also, this money comes from the Code Enforcement Trust Fund and the Rent Stabilization Trust Fund. Those funds were established for a particular purpose.
Right.
They come from the apartments that we have, not single-family residents, but apartments throughout the city of Los Angeles. Those funds are used, as I understand, for enforcement.
Correct. Correct.
So how does that enforcement aspect then connect to the litigation aspect? Enforcement's one, litigation separate. How do they connect, or do they?
Councilmember, Deputy City Attorney Judith Reel, my understanding is that the monies from those funds can be used to defend lawsuits or to prosecute civil lawsuits that involve the enforcement or administration of those underlying programs, that is, the RSO and Housing Code. So the litigation needs to pertain to either the RSO or the Housing Code. And that's why the monies can come from those funds for those pieces of litigation.
And does this then impact the ability of the Housing Department to do their enforcement with the personnel? In other words, are we now going to be short of funds for the personnel to go out and do the enforcement because we're taking this away from that?
No, we shouldn't be. We consider that in terms of the amount that's being transferred, we consider all of that. So no, it should not impact our enforcement
So enforcement will continue,
Right.
and you'll have this
Correct.
fund if you need it on the Cecil lawsuit.
Or any other lawsuit that we may need, to go to court.
So it's kind of like a savings account, and when
Well-
you need it, you draw on it.
Exactly. Only as needed.
Okay. And then when you draw on it, do you get authority from the council, or you just have it there at your discretion?
We have internal authority. I mean,
You have what?
we have authority in general from the council.
Okay, so what happens if you need it, then you just draw from it, and that,
Correct.
since it's there?
But we have a committee in the city attorney's office. They meet, they approve these.
Now, are you a deputy city attorney also?
I am, Patty Clemens.
Are you, either of you involved in
We are
this?
not.
Okay, where's that lady? She's out working, I'm sure.
In court.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll.
Mr. President, I believe there was a
Oh, we're going
request
to
to
continue
continue
that,
this
right?
to Tuesday.
Nothing to vote on. If without objection, we will continue that till Tuesday. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 30, and that was called special by Councilmember Alarcon.
Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon, item number 30. And we will continue through in order from there.
Members, I rise to support the Plum Committee's report. I have no problem with the finding that the notification process was flawed and the developer would need to reapply if they wanted to convert these condos. So I don't have a problem with sending this, or I should say declining the appeal. At the same time, if the owner wants to reapply, I think they should. But in the notification that they did submit, there may be some inaccuracies that aren't necessarily consistent with the rules that we have in place for conversion projects, particularly with regards to the relocation amounts that would be available to tenants, and also being very clear that the support of the project is not required for them to obtain certain benefits from the city. So in any case, we would want to make sure that the community was fully informed. I also understand that Mr. Gross is here. He wanted to make some comments regarding this project. He's got his eyes on this. So if we could have him, if it's okay with the President, I'd like to ask Mr. Gross to make his public comments.
Mr. City Attorney?
It's just a reminder, this is a fair hearing matter requiring the council members' heightened attention to the speaker.
Thank you.
Larry Gross, Coalition for Economic Survival. We also oppose this project. We see this as another example of a high-powered lobbyist and his developer client trying to trample on tenants' rights and rough ride over city processes and regulations. The developer falsely claims that the tenants don't oppose the conversion, but we found that the tenants don't know their rights and are not aware of the ability to oppose the conversion. A tenant who signed an intent to purchase document said she didn't understand what she signed and was looking to get out of that commitment. The management company letters to the mainly monolingual Spanish-speaking tenants failed to inform them of their relocation assistance, but deceptively offered them the city's required relocation amounts, making it appear as if they could only receive these amounts if they used it towards the down payment to purchase the unit. They've misled tenants. They failed to provide the required legal notices. They don't have enough parking. Plus, the vacancy rate in that area is below 5%, and the loss of the units will have a cumulative impact on the affordable housing stock in that area. This is a bad project. These are bad players. It's a bad deal for tenants in the city, and we urge you to reject the condo conversion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. As Chair Plum, I want to first thank Councilman Alarcon and his observations and determinations regarding this project. I know Councilman Guisar and I wrestled with this, but we don't want to set a precedent. We are working with the staff. I want to commend the staff for their diligence, but we also know that they are willing to find ways to expedite this process so that we can reach the goals of the community without penalizing the tenants or making it harder for those who do want to improve our housing stock. So I do appreciate the hard work. I just want to thank Councilman Alarcon, Councilman Guisar in this deliberation.
Mr. Guisar?
Thank you very much. And having heard this in Plum, I wanted just to reiterate again that there were two major issues I had with this proposal. One was that if you look at every level where this was discussed and proposed, whether it was the zoning administrator or the area planning commission, it seems like there were some regulations and procedures that we have that the developer was forcing himself through and trying to circumvent many of our tenant rules that we have as a city. And that is not the type of procedure that we would like to support in this city. It seems like it was a project that was rammed through, was being forced through, rather than taking a step back and doing the right thing through each step. Secondly, I had a problem with this project because it did not support some of the public policy goals in terms of affordable housing that we have set out as a city council. In this strong rental market, we've seen that many of our condos are now reverting back to rental units. And they revert back to rental units at higher rents that they were before the conversion, so that those people who are displaced and would now even look at this as a possibility of where they could stay, they would be facing higher rents. And the developer talked a lot about supporting first-time home buyers. Well, if you look at the prices that most of these condos will be asking for, and you look at the income level of most of these tenants, there would be no way that they could even afford the down payment. So for those two reasons, I think we looked at it and voted the way we did. But I want to remind ourselves again as a council that we should not support those folks who try to ram projects through irrespective of the regulations we have put in place. And secondly, we should always look at our public policy goals that we've set out for affordable housing, and we did not do either of those two things in this case to support what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Mr. Guisar. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this item? If not, let's go ahead and please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, item number 31 was called special, but there's a request to continue that to Friday, March 6th.
Okay, without objection, we'll continue 31 till March 6th. Next item.
Next item is item 39, and that was called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas? Item number 39.
Thank you very much. We have somebody from the police department here. Council members, as you're very well aware, unfortunate or fortunate for some council members, don't get that phone call very often in their district when there was in fact a shooting, or there's that yellow tape with a with a body on the ground and officers there and the community trying to figure out what's going to happen next. But what I'm referring to when it on this matter is the gang intervention workers and how they respond and how they collaborate with the police department. But more importantly, I'd like to hear from the police department as to what are the protocols today, what are we working on, what can we look forward to in the future, and what kind of support does the department have for those kinds of protocols?
Thank you. Commander Pat Gannon from Detective Bureau from the Police Department. You know, I think that our relationship with interventionists has grown dramatically over the last few years. I think that in certain parts of the San Fernando Valley and in South Bureau and the Harbor area, there was productive relationships with gang intervention groups, and they've been productive for quite a few years. However, in the last 3 to 4 years, we've worked really hard to try to develop a working relationship with gang interventionists. And really, when people ask me why, it's to save lives. It's not for anything more than that. It's to reduce crime in the city. It's another piece to a puzzle of trying to be better at what we do. In South Bureau, prior to my reassignment to Detective Bureau, in South Bureau, we had put a requirement in place for all watch commanders to notify their respective gang intervention groups whenever there was either a gang shooting, a gang homicide, or any other incident that might spark a shooting or some type of retaliatory effort between gangs. That came about after a lot of discussion with gang intervention groups and trying to work out a relationship. We have since put that into place throughout the entire city. Unfortunately, there are not enough gang intervention groups to go around the entire city, and it makes it difficult to find gang intervention groups to cover each of the gangs or their violent incidents. But nonetheless, we have continued to try that and work with that. Since the relationship, I know that it's gone out for RFP, and my understanding is on April 1st, gang interventionists will be identified for the new grid zones. It'll be important for us to step that notification process up to those particular individuals as quickly as possible. And we've been in discussions with the mayor's office on supplying those gang interventionists with BlackBerry telephones or some sort of communication device where our racer division can put out information quickly and effectively to each of these groups. That type of a notification piece will not take the place of continuing to develop the relationships that have developed between different police stations, the command staffs at those stations, and gang officers with those interventionists. I think as we move forward, as the police department moves forward, we've attempted to try and ensure that all of our officers understand the benefits of dealing with gang intervention, that it does have merit, that it does have plays an important role in our strategies. In 2009, if you recall, Councilman, the Chief's 2009 gang initiatives identify gang intervention as an important component to our quest to try to reduce gang crime by 15%. I think that's an important distinction. In addition, we have been supportive of training that's been provided both by the Advancement Project to gang interventionists and have participated in those training academies. Not necessarily in a teaching environment, but in segments that deal with law enforcement and how do we improve our relationships. In addition, Akil Bashir, which I know you're very familiar with, his academy, we've been actively involved in that academy also, and we look forward to continuing that relationship. We've also developed a training protocol with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department that we're rolling out this month, at the end of this month, third week in March. That will be the first 20 officers, gang officers from both the Sheriff's Department and from the Los Angeles Police Department that will participate in gang training that has a specific focus on on developing a relationship with gang interventionists and understanding their role. So that kind of gives you an idea, I think, where we are as the police department, where we've been, where we're moving to, and where we get to in the future.
So when it comes to the police department, or excuse me, in particular parts of the city where the police department is collaborating with interventionists, that has happened and has grown from a very limited activity to a very broad activity in certain communities, correct? In the Valley, South Bureau, different parts of the city.
That's correct. Based upon real attempts at trying to do that. The interesting part about it, when we first started meeting with gang interventionists in South Bureau, when I was assigned to as a captain at 77th Street Station, we met in the basement of a church off of Adams, because the gang interventionists didn't want, and I couldn't come in uniform, did not want to be seen interacting with a police officer or even a command officer. That has translated into an observation that a gang interventionist told me about the other day, where there was actually last week, where there was a homicide in Southeast Division, and he was amazed at the scene of that particular shooting, as the investigators are off doing their crime scene investigation, that there's a huddle taking place with gang interventionists, uniformed police officers, talking about strategies on how to deal with the possibility of retaliatory shootings. We've come a long way to the point where we didn't talk to, I don't want to be seen with you, to standing at a crime scene and now talking extensively and not fearing that their license to operate from a gang intervention perspective has been compromised in any way.
I just want to clarify for people who are listening and don't understand what they mean by a person who's working with the police doesn't want to be seen with the police. It's not that that person didn't want to talk to that officer and try to help solve the retaliation or subsequent crime or incidents that occur. It's just the way it may have been seen by somebody else that could put that interventionist's life in jeopardy, right?
That's always been a concern of ours, and it's been a major concern of the intervention community, yes.
Yeah, and it's something that everybody appreciates, right?
Absolutely.
Everybody understands that's a real concern, and like you just said, because of the relationships and the collaboration and beyond the interventionists and the police in certain communities, the people realize that these interventionists are for real. They're not there to hurt anybody, but they're just there to help reduce the violence. And I think it's important for some people to understand, without interventionists, you can have a shooting, and you can have subsequently 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 shootings over a period of a day or 2 or 3 or a week, if in fact something doesn't happen to intervene that retaliatory type activity, correct?
That's correct. I know you've heard a story I've told 100 times, but as the captain at 77th, and we had a shooting that took place at Hoover and, Vermont and Manchester, that after that sparked a series of nearly 20 shootings over the next 4 hours, and that's in a 10 square mile area, a lot spurred by rumors, some of which were not connected, but nonetheless, those shootings occurred. It took 200 police officers assigned to 77th over that particular evening to ensure that the shooting stopped. That's not a deployment that we can support over a long period of time. And so it was out of that kind of incident that came that we really do have to spend more time with the interventionists, and we have to work better together so that we stop those retaliatory shootings from occurring. And they serve a purpose. Obviously, they save lives by stopping those retaliatory shootings. But it also gives the police department and the investigators that are investigating that first incident the ability to solve that crime very quickly. It's much easier to solve one than it is to solve 10. I'm not real smart, but that one I figure out really quickly. And the resources that it takes in order to do that.
Thank you. One shooting, 10 shootings, very likely many, many, many more victims in 10 shootings than just one.
That's correct.
So thank you for clarifying that. And one of the reasons why I wanted an example to be given, that was a very relevant example, is the fact that it's important that the local council members know what's going on in their area. Obviously, the police have certain information that they don't tell anybody, right, because that has to do with the investigation of the case, but at least notifying the local electeds and certain relevant departments about what's going on or what happened last night or what happened early this morning. In those protocols, what is the protocol for working with various departments and specifically with council offices?
My experience with that is that each of the council offices has its own barometer in which they want to be notified on. Some want to be notified on a lot of things, and some want to be notified on others. And that specific request is generally worked out at the bureau level or at the station level as to when they want to be notified. Or our racer notifications, that our racer division that handles the notification process for us to get information out to a large group of people, has a variety of groups that if something hits a certain threshold, it'll go out to a certain group. Many of those groups are put together based upon what, for example, the city council person in that particular area would like to be notified on, rather than the police department deciding what people want to be notified on. We're open to work with that in any way we can.
Part of the basic protocol with the council office is, unless a council office says, I'm sorry, but I don't need you to inform me of these activities, part of the protocol is to notify someone, a designated person within each council office, of certain activities.
Yes.
Such as, shootings and
a
things
homicide
like
will generally qualify as a notification to the council office unless the council would like more.
Okay. I think it's important for everybody to understand how long this has been going on and this wonderful relationship that has been built between the community, the interventionists, and the police department. For example, we adjourned with great sadness about Chief Kenny Garner and his untimely death due to a massive heart attack just last week. Chief Garner was committed to making the gang intervention collaborative work in South Bureau. And a couple of months ago, he held a meeting between intervention agencies and GET lieutenants, sergeants, and the division captain. Kenny Garner believed that the collaboration would drive down and decrease the gang-related violence in areas if, in fact, we continue to nurture this relationship and to bring out better and better practices of this protocol. Is that continuing today, and at what levels is it? Does Chief Bratton know about this, or
yes.
You guys just below him, or just tasked to say, take care of it, or is it something that he...
No, it's something that he believes in and he talks about on a regular basis. I think that Chief Beck, the Chief of Detectives for the department, has run with this idea and thought of nurturing this relationship with interventionists probably more than anybody has. We have continually tried to push down the importance of this effort down to our line officers, and that's why I'm proud to say that that training piece will begin. We had training in South Bureau when Chief Beck and I were in South Bureau with line officers and interventionists, bringing them together and trying to understand their roles. And when we moved up to Detective Bureau, the job then was to take that thought and to move it on a department-wide basis, and that's what will be rolled out here in March. But yes, on all levels, it's being used. And in fact, the ability for us to determine whether that's being used is in our ComStat process, where Chief Beck runs ComStat. In his absence, I run ComStat, where we drill down to that and we ask specific questions about relationship with gang interventionists. In specific shootings, we will ask our gang lieutenants and the captains in those areas what contact they've had with gang interventionists over a particular shooting. Has it helped? Has it not helped? And how's it working? And so we continually push that in a inspection process such as ComStat would, I think, is an effective tool for us.
Can you confirm my statement that community-based organizations such as interventionists are not trying to act like law enforcement?
No, in fact, just the opposite. They don't want to be the law enforcement. It's not what they do. They understand that. I think some of the rub early on was they didn't want to be seen as all But I think there's an understanding now between the two of us that there needs to be a relationship, and that relationship is communication, and that communication in many respects deals with us providing them a lot more information than they provide us. Information on who we think the rival gangs might be, and give them a tidbit of information that might help them to be able to go out and to talk to the people they need to talk about to stop the violence that could potentially occur in retaliation.
Now, the department has gone through great pains of making sure over the years that what's developed and what we see happening today with this protocol is that it does not jeopardize cases, right? And
That's right.
The department is very careful about that.
That's correct. Our mission is to, we're law enforcement. Our mission is to solve crimes, and we are not there to compromise those types of investigations or to compromise our willingness to go to every length possible to find out who's responsible for individual acts of violence, and we'll never compromise that. And this effort doesn't do that. It doesn't compromise our ability to do that at all.
Okay, thank you. Can you please give us a very brief overview of the South Bureau Collaborative and how it strategically places LAPD staff working with community-based organizations?
And just as a time check, we're going to have to keep pretty concise answers just to keep quorum.
Just real, as brief.
Very briefly, we put together Unity Collaborative was a group of gang intervention agencies that were under one umbrella. That was a very effective tool for us to use as ability to meet. That was the group that I met with in the basement of the church. That is the group that we continued with that dialogue to improve services. Just prior to leaving, we had developed a notification and a feedback sheet process that we were going to use in order to ensure that we were all on the same sheet of music and that work was being done on the cases in which we all thought they were being done, and to be able to track that information. That was at the time that the Gang Reduction Youth Development in the mayor's office came about. We put that on a shelf waiting for the mayor's office to, and gave that information to the mayor's office as to what we thought that was important. They too think it's important, and it's going to be a part of, there's an evaluation piece obviously as part of the grid zones, and we're looking forward to that. But in a nutshell, that's what Unity Collaborative and us were all about.
Thank you. And also, Mr. President, my last point is this. It's important for people to understand that the word protocol and gang activity protocol within the mayor's office and their new team is different than the protocols that we're talking about here. Although they're involved, obviously, notification of council officers, collaborating with the mayor's team on the gang issues and things of that nature, that's all happening. But the word protocol is being utilized both appropriately in what we heard last week in Jeff Carr's presentation, which is different protocols, although collaborating along with these protocols. These are different protocols specifically for the police department. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Weezer.
Thank you very much. And first I want to again thank Mr. Cardenas for his hard work on the community-based gang intervention evaluation measurements that we now have. I think a lot of work has been put on into that. It took a while to get that done, but it's finally here. That's going to help a lot. I want to clarify one thing. You mentioned that there was some better interaction between gang interventionists in South and Valley. What does that mean for the rest of the city, East and Northeast LA, for example? How are we doing there?
Well, I think we're doing very well over the entire city. Those comments that I made about the Valley and the Harbor were initial. I mean, and historically, in the past, I would say for the last 20 years in Harbor area, the Toberman Settlement House has had a very active gang intervention component and has worked real closely with the police department in moving that forward. I know Community and Schools and a gang collaborative in the Valley has been very, very successful in the past. And I want to make sure to recognize that this isn't all new, that those were being done years in the past. Now I think every bureau every police bureau in the city is working towards that same types of relationships, and everybody is working in that same.
And so what you're telling us is that now there's going to be certain protocols that are followed throughout the city, and so that we'll have a consistent approach on how we work with interventionists. LAPD works with interventionists. That's really what we're doing here. And there's recommendations here asking the LAPD to come back to us within 90 days on reporting on some of these items here. Anything that stands out in your mind that we need to do right away? Like, what is the one priority in terms of how we improve the work of the interventionists and the relationship with the LAPD?
Well, my opinion is that we don't have enough of them.
We don't have enough
We don't
of
have
them.
enough of them. We don't have enough of the interventionists to cover the entire city. So if we're, and I realize and support the grid zones and what Reverend Carr is doing. We work very closely with him. But the reality of it is that this problem is far beyond the designated grid zones, and we need to be able to deal with the areas outside those grid zones also, because that's not a problem that's going away. That comes down to money. It comes down to a lot of other things, and I just heard a long discussion on money that I don't that isn't very promising. But nonetheless, if you're asking me what my wish list would be right now, is that I would have more gang intervention agencies and interventionists to call upon to be able to deal with every violent gang crime in the city.
So the good news is that we're now going to follow a more consistent approach in how we work with interventionists. The bad news is that we don't have enough of them, and particularly in those areas that are non-grid areas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your opinion, the grid zones, what percentage of the city are we covering in terms of what we actually need? More or less.
A small percentage. I mean, we're
below 30% of what we really need?
Well, if you take South Bureau, for example, and you look at that nearly 50% of the murders in the city of Los Angeles occur in areas in using police stations as a reference: Southwest Police Station, Newton Police Station, Southeast Police Station, and 77th Police Station. And we look at where our grid zones are. We had a good reflection of grid zones in those particular areas, but do they cover that entire area? No. On a citywide, do we need a grid zone in every part of the city? No, we don't. But I would say in the areas in which they're really needed, we're probably covering a third of what's needed.
Of what we really need.
That would be my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wisar. Seeing no other members on the queue, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Next item?
Next item is item number 41, and that was called Special 4 Cards, and there is a substitute motion that has been distributed.
Yes. Mr. Sachs?
Normally, I'd say good afternoon, but I think it's good evening. While you're considering ballot amendments, appeals of the ruling, isn't legal counsel a part of the state legislation when they provide these to review initiatives, amendments, and revisions? What part of this amendment will allow for challenges of the verdict? Suppose the Supreme Court rules in favor of one thing. Then the opposition party says, well, we're going to appeal that ruling before you can put it on a ballot. And where are they going to appeal it to? They'll appeal it to the district court. And suppose the district court overturns that ruling. And the pro side wants to appeal that ruling. At what point does a measure that's considered by the state of California, whether it be an initiative, an amendment, or a revision, get to be put on a ballot? And while you're considering standings on making amendments, why not the city's position on amending the two-thirds rule that paralyzed the budget hearings in the state of California? Why not the positions amending the per diem ruling when the state doesn't affect the budget, that per diem and pay is cut for the state legislation until a budget is reached? What about the city standing on those two items? If you're going to consider doing some work, do some real work. Thank you for your time, your answers, and attention.
Mr. Wisar.
Thank you. Well, first off, we did put in a motion asking the state legislature to change its two-thirds rule, and this item here, council members, asks our state legislature to look at possibly having our state courts look into propositions before they are put on the ballot. What we have been seeing more often than we would like is having us debate whether we are going to vote something for it or not, and then come back and have the courts tell us that it was unconstitutional. In terms of Proposition 8, for example, we found that over $70 million was spent combined by both sides on this campaign. And as you can imagine, we could use that money for a lot other purposes in this time of economic need. What we have asked you, along with the support of Councilmember Rosendahl and Council President Garcetti, is to ask our state legislative team, our advocates up there, to possibly look or support any initiative that would ask the state Supreme Court or any court body to look at these initiatives before they get on the ballot, so that we save the money and not have the expenditure and advocacy back and forth before we even know if it's going to be ruled constitutional or not. I think this is a common sense way to put items on the referendum, and hopefully this will not only save us a lot of money, but save us a lot of grief. I ask for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wisar. Madam Clerk, being the last speaker on the queue, if you could open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item, Madam President, is item number 45, and that was on the special meeting. Do you wish to recess the regular meeting and go back into the special meeting?
Please. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. Madam President, it's my understanding that we're not required to open it up for public comment, but we do have a representative from AT&T that did fill out a card. So if we can ask her if she'd like to have a couple of minutes to make her statement on behalf of AT&T.
Good afternoon, council members. Danita Willoughby with AT&T. AT&T's been talking to ITA, but I have to tell you, I think we've been talking past each other. ITA wants something identical to current old-fashioned cable, and we think we have something better. And this is what I mean. Today, television is provided to Los Angeles in 4 different ways. The first way, through analog means via traditional AKA rabbit ears, cable, thirdly through satellite, which doesn't offer PEG, and lastly, a fourth option now, through the telco providers. With cable, you can get PEG for the city you live in, but with AT&T UVerse, you can get PEG for all the surrounding municipalities across the LA designated market area. And that's because we deliver PEG via IP platform or internet protocol. But let me repeat, with AT&T UVerse, you can get PEG for all the surrounding municipalities in the Los Angeles designated market area. Some of you don't want to change the channel number from 35 or 36 to 99, but we think the region will come to think of 99 like they do 411 or 311 on the telephone. 99 will be where you go to get local government for PEG, anywhere in the DMA. We can't give everybody their old numbers. For example, Glendale and Burbank both had Channel 6, and we can't give each of them Channel 6. The most important point I want to make is we want to work with the City of LA. We will deliver closed captioning and SAP capability in the LA region by the end of the second quarter, barring any unexpected circumstances. We are willing to work with the City of LA. Give us a chance, believe in consumer choice, test it, believe in change, and work with us, and then decide.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to bring the staff forward.
We did not open public comment. That was just for the representatives AT&T, which is...
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, if we can have the staff come forward, and because this is a legal matter, it's when we were in committee...
Excuse me, Mr. Cardenas, we should allow this gentleman to speak also, if you open it up for one speaker.
No, I opened it up for that speaker on my time, but you're the city attorney. I'll defer to your
We should allow that other speaker at least 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute, Madam President.
Mr. Sachs.
Thank you. I'm just conflicted here. Time Warner supplied public access cable TV. State legislation lowered the bar by allowing Verizon to be more competitive and eliminating the need for public access TV. And now we have AT&T coming before the City Council wanting to put in public access TV. Why would another basically a phone company provider, one hand, Verizon, not have to provide public access TV, and yet another phone company provider be willing to provide public access TV? Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know. Third base. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you very much, Madam President. So with that, if we can have staff come forward, and if we can, I think it's appropriate at this time that we recognize that we're going to need to go into a closed session. We did discuss this a bit in open session last time, and we were in closed session. I think the discussion is going to be a little bit more brief this time, but we do need to go into closed session as we are talking about contemplating a lawsuit and legal strategy.
So he's moving that we go into closed session.
Closed session, yeah.
Mr. City Attorney, would you like to say anything before we go into closed session? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ed Coulter. I'm an Associate General Counsel for AT&T in Los Angeles. And I just wanted to emphasize a couple points, and that is that the UVerse product that AT&T has put out there is a rapidly innovating product, and we are bringing SAP and closed captioning out in the second quarter. It's going to be field tested. It's going to be lab tested. And again, as Ms. Willoughby said, barring any unexpected circumstances, we're going to have it out in the Los Angeles area in the second quarter of this year. So the real problem seems to be, should it be on Channel 99 or Channel 35? We've offered to promote Channel 99 for the city. Folks outside the Los Angeles area can view the Los Angeles programming, unlike cable. So we offer broader viewership to your audience. Folks who work within the city, who go home at night to an outlying suburb, can view the city council meetings from those outlying suburbs, unlike cable television. This is a better product. We think that we will offer you more options than you currently have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Green, Tracy Shavira, and Vanessa Rodriguez.
Aaron Green, Legislative Affairs Manager for VICA. Thank you for the time. Most of you know the work that VICA has done with budget reform collections here in the city of Los Angeles, and, VICA really thinks that, with the city facing the budget deficit that we are facing, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend money on a lawsuit that could potentially be a dubious lawsuit, and for the city to foot the bill for the lawsuit. There are really two issues here. There's a legal issue and there's a consumer choice issue. And what does make sense is to allow AT&T to provide the PEG programming that it's providing right now, and then to let the consumers decide whether or not this is a good service. Because ultimately it's the residents who are going to be the ones and who are the ones that are benefiting from this service. And if the city does this, it can continue, or it doesn't have to give up its option to perhaps pursue legal action in the future. So I would really like to ask the council to look at what's happening at the federal level as the FCC is evaluating this issue before taking any further action. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Tracy?
Good afternoon, Tracy Shavira, Central City Association. CCA opposes any legal action by the city against AT&T for its method of delivering PEG programming to television viewers in the city. We believe that filing a lawsuit at this time would be premature and unnecessarily costly to taxpayers. Given the city's looming budget deficit, which was discussed earlier in the mid-year financial status report, every effort should be made to resolve this matter outside of litigation. There is no clear victory here for Los Angeles. Even if a lawsuit were successful, after many years and much cost and most likely outside counsel, there would still be a loss of jobs, contracts with small businesses, as well as the franchise and PEG fees AT&T does and will provide. AT&T wants to offer choice to Los Angeles residents, and we respectfully request that you take the opportunity to understand the company's unique network architecture before considering legal action. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Good afternoon, council members. Vanessa Rodriguez with the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of the Chamber, we believe initiating this lawsuit, which will no doubt cost taxpayers millions of dollars at a time when the city's budget deficit continues to widen, is ill-advised. Threatening to carry out lawsuits against good corporate partners does not send a positive message to businesses looking to locate or relocate within the city limits. Such action only perpetuates the city's reputation of having an unfriendly business climate. At a time when the city needs the help of small, medium, and large-sized businesses to create jobs for its citizens, and businesses need the support of government to weather this economic downturn, we must all work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment. Now we will go into executive session, closed session. Thank you.
Okay, we are back in open session. We have an item before us. Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. President. In closed session, council gave the city attorney's office direction to initiate an action related to this item.
Okay, and there's a financial note
Yes, there's
associated with
an
that?
increase by $375,731, the appropriation for the telecommunications development account, fund number 34232, account 013E, cable franchise oversight from the TDA revenue source 3098, and to pay for costs.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that will move forward. Next order of business, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral,
Those are posted and referred.
and that clears the desk.
Any announcements? Mr. Weezer, Mr. Weezer is first. Go ahead, Mr. Weezer.
Thank you. Mr. Labange wants to cut in line here. You can go ahead. Mr. Labange.
Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging will start in 5
Excuse me,
minutes.
Mr. President, council needs to adjourn the special meeting.
Oh, okay. We're adjourning the special meeting back into the regular meeting. Next order of business is announcements. Mr. Labange, the Arts Parks Committee will meet when? Mr. Labange, it will meet when?
5 minutes.
In 5 minutes, okay? And Mr. Weezer?
Thank you.
Successful things.
Audits of governmental efficiency will be postponed. The items on today's agenda will be continued to the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. Any other announcements? Not. Do we have any adjourning motions today? Do you want an announcement, Mr. Reyes?
Congratulate my colleagues and the communities that did come out to vote. They exercised their civil rights. In many countries, that's not even possible. So I want to thank all those individuals that did come out to vote to actually give value to all the sacrifices this country has gone through and making sure we have that right. So thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to you as well, Mr. Reyes. With that, yes, Mr. Labange.
I just wanted to follow up on Ed. Congratulations, Ed, and all the members who have won. I don't want to say that, Tony. I also want to congratulate the mayor and congratulate Wendy and thank all those who participate in the democratic process as well.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Any adjourning motions today, colleagues? Do we have any adjourning motions? Besides the California section of the LA Times? If not, we will go ahead and, Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Rule, Rezar, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Roosevelt, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti.
All right, with that, we will next be in session we'll next be in session on Friday. That is the 6th of March here in Van Nuys as the first Friday of the month. We'll see you in Van Nuys on Friday. Van Nuys Friday at 10 a.m. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day. And this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is hereby adjourned.